Mic test. Testing the mic. Mic test. Mic test. Testing the mic. Mic test. Testing the mic. Mic test. Latency's long. Let's transition on in. Give it a testaroo. Ooh, good lord, Discord's popping off all of a sudden. Ooh, good lord, Discord's popping off all of a sudden. Oh my goodness. See if that camera works all right. Sorry about the double audio. Got my monitor over here so I can hear the levels. Also sorry about that traffic. It never fails that the moment you try to do stuff with cameras, people drive by with their loud ass vehicles. Levels sound all right. I think this is a decent angle. Something's going on with my stand here. It's not level. It's gonna drive me bonkers. I think it's gonna wobble the whole time. See if I can't fix that. Absolutely outrageous. Well, howdy folks, and welcome back to another paint stream. I'm kind of running late tonight. One of my clients sent me a message about 3 minutes before it started and interrupted the preparatory process because the USPS has let me down. They have sent my package to the wrong state. I double checked the address, I double checked the receipt. I have to attribute this incompetency to the leadership that was installed into the post office during the previous administration. Which is disappointing. Long been a loyal fan and customer of the USPS, and lately they have been dropping the ball again and again and again and again. And I mean, you know, what am I going to use? FedEx or UPS at 4 times the price? It's insane. Anyhow, enough of that rambling aside. Here we are, 5 minutes in, finally getting started. Haven't even hydrated the wet palette. Welcome, another Nate. Today we're going to do a little more work on the Hunchback. Hopefully we're going to get it done today. I've got some other stuff to do on the cat girls, but that's real boring and like close-in shots. Putting washes on them, tiny little highlights. So today I thought we'd do some. Good lord, I'm getting blown up. I'm gonna have to mute. I'm gonna have to mute Discord over here. You know, it's remarkable how messaging can be so quiet all day long, and then you sit down in a position where you can't answer messages, and the messages just start flooding in. It never fails. Anyhow, that's over on the Discord. Not all over at the Country Fried Minis Discord, but there are people in the Country Fried Minis Discord. If you'd like to go over there and talk Battletech, if you'd like to talk he gave me a new link today for some reason. I guess it forgot the old link that is never supposed to expire. Ah, yes, it wouldn't be an afternoon without being fraught with technical difficulties. Anyhow, there's a Discord link in the chat if you're finding this via the algorithm, and you want to see what's happening over in the Country Fried Minis Discord. We got some folks who are really enthusiastic about BattleTech and designs and clan tech. There's several conversations going on. Furthermore, we added a feature wherein when you post your models to any of our miniature channels, and folks go out of their way to give them star emojis, our Turtle Roundup Carl.gg bot will put them into the top models page. So post your stuff on there. We'd love to see it. Come on by, ask some questions. Tell me how I screwed up during a live stream. I'd love to have you over there. So welcome. Anyhow, I think that's enough waffling. We're gonna get started on this Hunchback, and I'm thinking what the process today is going to be is we're going to start out with a little bit of edge highlighting on these light green sections. I added them in based on the first Canopian Brigade artwork. It had some on the legs, it had some on the shoulders. We didn't have great shoulder pads for it. And then most of the mechs in the Canopian Brigade, the first Canopian Brigade, are shown with a green top of the head. But honestly, I was really happy with these panels right here, with the hatch, with the tan on top. So I went for like a greening on the sides of this helmet of the Hunchback canopy. So I think that's what we're gonna work on first. We're gonna put some edge highlights on. We're gonna look at maybe doing some sponge chipping. Oh my god, I'm still getting Discord. I silenced Discord in my computer notifications, and I'm still getting Discord notifications. Volume mixer. Mute the second instance of Discord, which is now open. All right. Anyhow, now it is properly muted, and I should not hear ba-beek, 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 ba-beek the whole time that I am streaming tonight. We're tucking into some work. Cameras look all right. My apologies once again. I usually would have all this preliminary crap out of the way, but a client hit me up, and for some reason, I always find that whenever you only have like 20-30 minutes left before a live show, and you do preparatory stuff that should only take 3 minutes, time moves at like quintuple speed. And all of a sudden, a 3-minute task takes 15 minutes, and a 15-minute task takes an hour and a half. It's absurd. But, you know, Murphy's Law and all insists that that's the way the world works. Alright, so 5 minutes after I said 5 minutes in, we're getting started late. We're getting started. 10 minutes into the stream, and I ain't even put water in the pallet yet. Tisk tisk. Anyhow, we should be good for a solid session. I think I'm aiming for anywhere between 2.5 to 4 hours. I think that's like my hobby window. I caught Millennial Model Mayhem's stream this morning, and he shared some insights on what's a good stream length, and what's a good determiner for how long you go. And the idea, I think, is just stamina. It's just your hobby stamina. So I'm usually about 4 hours. Let's see, how long was the longest one I've done here was the 3 mechs. The 3 clan mechs were 5 hours. Oh my god, this thing is still not hydrating in the middle. How much water could you possibly hold there, wet pellet? An absurd amount is the answer. Alright, well. Again, I meant to have this going, but as is tradition, we had delays. Okay. All right, so 12 minutes in now. Let's actually get started. And I think we're going to look at this here. Uniform green, and then... I think adding white to it might not be what we want to do. So let me see if I have a nice off-white. I know I do, but I'm going to have to sift through a million colors real quick. Is it in the very back? No. I'm trying to avoid having to stand up, but I'm going to have to stand up and bump the camera. And there it was. It was the 50th bottle, the one I didn't touch. Alright, how bad did I screw up this camera angle? Real bad. Let's reset this. Is that usable? Is that viewable? It looks okay. Something's itching my head. Alright, so I lied once again. 15 minutes in and we're actually going to get started. I gotta figure out why my hairline is itching right here. I, of course, assume it's mosquitoes, which have been showing up with increasing frequency. Okay. This here thing set up. Scoot way back. Bump the camera another 20 times. Riveting content here, y'all. 15 minutes getting set up. Again, I apologize. It would be done, but everything hit me all at once right at the start of the stream. I was sitting there with 3 hours to go, get started. Thought I was ready. 15 minutes till everything starts all up. People start messaging me. Clients start messaging me. Things stop working. To move this camera way over. And then I forgot to lock it in place. Woo, it's a comedy of errors tonight. And it looks like my camera is in my camera's way. So let's adjust this camera as well. Alright, hopefully that's not too blown out for y'all. And hopefully I can manage to not bump it another 30, 40 times. Okay, so to get started, finally, 16 minutes into the broadcast. Welcome, y'all, once again. You found this via the algorithm. Usually I like to be a little more prepared than this, but thank you for watching. And if you're here live now, know that your viewership is well appreciated. Locust Labs. Howdy, Locust Labs. Quickly hopping in to say hi. Yeah, we're making a little progress. Getting started back in working on the big Hunchback. Unfortunately, I printed it with FDM. Let me try to get it in the shot here. So we've got these little burrs all over, but I think they'll be minimized in the final product. I found this nice muzzle flash effect we're going to put on the end of it. And I think with the weathering we put on it, the layer line stuff won't be too bad. But it should be fun. And we've got a set of 9 cat girls to scurry around the base, and she's going to go on a gigantic 12-inch hex base. So it should be a lot of fun. again, thanks for the model. This is going to be a blast. Looking forward to getting out the content, and of course, picking the right time to release it, without giving away too much information there. I don't want to suggest that I'm affiliated with a certain Hunchback video that's coming out, because I'm not. But we're going to aim for release right after that. Just got to finish painting and filming a few things, and then we'll have it going. Another Nate says, why not film your camera with your camera? You know, actually, that's not a bad idea. I think what talked me out of doing that was that I'm not filming constantly. I've changed my approach. Just posted it like a week after or something. Yeah. Yeah, this project's gonna go in the pocket more or less, which is unusual for Country Fried Minis releases to not just release immediately. But the same thing happened with the Armored Core project. I jumped the gun by a month, and because of that, I have a finished Armored Core video that is not going to come out until Armored Core comes out. So look forward to that later this month. On the 25th of August, we'll have that out. It's a fun video. Some of my best work, if I do say so myself. We got some fun stuff in there. I got to do a brief director's cut to correct some dates in it. I think I'm just going to do like a preface in the beginning to address that all the dates are wrong and that I did it early and went through a lot of headache and stuff to get there. But I was so convinced. I read August 25th, and I guess I don't know my 7s from my 8s, because I was not only convinced that it was last month, but I had other people convinced it was last month as well. So egg on my face. Though the community's been super chill with it, which has been well appreciated. I guess I'm the only one super concerned about it. Another Nate says you could always claim their welds instead of layer lines. Woo, good lord, here we go with the messages. They're pouring into my phone. It's happening in a few Discord channels I'm in. People are having fun and participating in social engagement. And speaking of social engagement, we'd love to have you over at the Discord. Make sure to check out the link in the chat, as well as in the description of the video. For now, we're going to keep putting those in. You know, more folks means more chances to get your hobby stuff shown and get input by the community. We have a lot of folks from the Bay Area BattleTech community in there. So, also, if you find yourself in the San Francisco Bay Area on vacation, traveling through, whatever, make sure to swing by Games of Berkeley on the 3rd Sunday of the month and check out our little community we have going over there. Folks are super chill and welcoming, and between the event organizer and myself, we probably have something like 250 painted chassis for folks to choose from. So you don't even got to bring models, just bring yourself, and $5 entry fee. Come on down, roll some dice. It's the 3rd Sunday, every 3rd Sunday of the month at Games of Berkeley in Berkeley, California. Would love to see you there. I've issued a challenge, if you will, for the community to paint some new stuff and bring it down and contribute it for the channel. So next video after the Armored Core in this one should be a community spotlight post about the Berkeley crowd. Should be really fun. Alright, I put a little contrast on that, but I don't think the contrast is really showing up. We're probably going to have to double down on the amount of ivory here. which is what happened with the other green as well. But I've been using this sponge chipping method after watching the Midwinter Minis videos about the Warlord Titan. And as I'm doing this, I'm realizing that it's not going to work on these areas. So we're going to have to switch to traditional brush painting, which we'll do right now. I left my 3 brush across the room. Let me go grab it. All right. Okay. Let's try some brush highlights instead. So we're using a 3 round. Nice fat bottom on this brush. Real sharp tip. Again, it's the Princeton Art and Brush Co. Princeton Art and Brush Co. This one comes out of the Real Value set. So it's like $8.99 or something. Less than $10. You get a pack of 4 brushes from them. They're all great. Really well made golden Taclon synthetic brushes, so they work quite well. They get damaged quickly, but they're so cheap that like it's good to just have a whole bunch of them in your arsenal. I pretty much exclusively use them. I've picked up a couple paint starter sets that have come with brushes, but I haven't used them yet. I have a, what is that, an army painter, and the set of colors, the Panzer Aces from Vallejo for this mech came with a, I think it's a 1 brush. I haven't tried it out yet, so I can't give a endorsement for it, but it seems like a good brush, at least at, you know, initial visual inspection. But still, man, these Princeton brushes are the way. Let's see if I can get one of these packs down. Show you all what I'm talking about here. So, I know you can get them on Amazon, or if you have a local like art store, a Blick or Hobby Lobby. I don't know if Hobby Lobby carries them, but Blick does for sure. But you're looking for the Princeton Art and Brush Co. Real Value. Basically this set right here, everything except that fan brush is well worth. You can get all the detail work on your models with just this set. The 3 is great for base coating. The 3.0 is nice for tight details. The 20.0 is great for spotting, getting really crispy highlights and pupils. And then even this 0 wedge brush comes down to a really sharp point. Is it a wedge? It's called an angle shader. So it's really good stuff. Big recommend. I really haven't found a use for the fan brush, so it's kind of a extra one in there, but you know, it's a bonus. Anyhow, let's continue with some edge highlighting. I think my my mixture here is not as pronounced as I would hope, so we're just going to do like a real rough highlight at first, just like get it on the edge, and it'll set the foundation for the next layer when we add a little more ivory into the mix. Another Nate says fan would be good for pigment powders. Yeah, I bet you're right. It seems like you could probably get broad application and precision work at the same time. Good call. Yeah, so definitely recommend that brush set. Once I get the affiliate links set up for Amazon, I'll probably put a link to those in every video going forward, or at least every paint stream. If I understand correctly, an affiliate link kicks a few pennies to the person who has the link without charging folks anymore. So yeah, I'll add them in there. It's kind of wild starting to treat this YouTube project more like, you know, a way to earn gigs, a way to earn a little scratch here and there. I've definitely gotten the commission work that I've had through YouTube, and that's been very cool. And speaking of commissions, in the descriptions of just about every video, there's a link to my Fiverr page. I do custom mech commissions. I can also do custom offers if you want to send me a message. It doesn't cost anything to shoot me a message over there, but check it out. I've got some really competitive pricing on the mech work. If you'd like to pick up your own set of custom painted mechs for the tabletop, hit me up. Check out those prices while you can. We're going to raise the prices here soon because, well, they are undercosted right now. For as little as $65. Get your own custom lance, printed, painted, shipped to your door. Whatever colors you want. And that's for a very nice tabletop standard. And I even have options for you to take your project and turn it into a video for Country Fried Meats. So check it out over in Fiverr, link in the description down below. Anyhow, don't mean to push my products, but hey, that's a good way to support the channel. If this is something you like seeing and you'd like to see, the content continues. Anyhow, what are we in, like 16 hours now or so on this Hunchback paint up? The print itself was 3 days. I also printed the cat girls around that same time, so you know, maximizing the time. But excuse me, I'm having to clear my throat, so I'm trying to talk. Where was I? Oh yeah, we're sitting like, I want to say it's 16 hours. I don't think we're actually 16 hours on the Hunchback itself. It's more like 16 hours on the cat girls and the Hunchback. What is this, episode 4 of the Hunchback paint streams? I think I overdid it this past week. And the back to back might have been a little much. I don't think we're gonna hold that kind of schedule going forward, but definitely expect some kind of I don't know, twice a week schedule, something like that. We've got the Tuesday show, the old game show, which is every other week, and then the weeks in between is the Tabletop Tuesday. We had a fun time getting up to the penthouse of Steel Jackhammer on the latest Cyborg Adventure episode. It's about 2.5 hours long. If you want to check that out, I recommend it. We have a blast in tabletop sim with the boys. We'll be rolling dice again 2 weeks from this past Tuesday. Okay, so that highlight is basically not visible, despite it being 10 shades brighter on my palette. There is basically invisible. So we're gonna use these highlights to real thick highlight, and then add some more ivory and go back over them. Another Nate, you should always be pushing. That's like rule 1 of sales. Yeah, reminding folks that it's there. You right. In that regard, channel memberships are now open in the channel. For as little as 99 cents a month, you can show your support for the channel and have access to some fabulous biscuit-based emojis in the chat, along with a icon next to your name in the live streams. I think it's in regular comments as well, but we also include with membership access to a threadless store discount. You want to pick up any kind of Country Fried Minis apparel over on the threadless store, you can get those at cost using the link that will be provided upon request. We got some fun stuff. Channel logo for now. Got the Be Happy While You're Painting hoodie. And then I'm slowly adding designs from my background in tattoo art. Slowly. So check it out from time to time. We'll have new stuff all the time. I have been enjoying Threadless for both their products and the revenue they give sellers. It's a pretty good rate. Plus, I don't have to keep the stock. Don't have to get like 600 t-shirts made or whatever. Okay, so next up, we're going to add a little more ivory. As always, I'm going to show it to my phone camera and also try to get it to y'all in the webcam. No, we're just going to add a little bit more ivory to this. And it is crazy bright. So this one might actually show up as a good highlight. In fact, we're going to thin this out with a drop of water. Or 2 drops, I guess. And continue on down the highlighting road. My apologies for the traffic noise if it's coming through. It's, people like to drive by in very noisy vehicles these days. Guy's got to make sure to rev as well as he goes through a single block of progress. Okay, back to the leg. We're going to do second layer of highlights. And just try to keep them as tidy as possible. Though they don't have to be super, super bright. Oh, I hear that Mr. Noisy Car has set off a car alarm as he drove by. That must be the point. Right? If you're driving such a loud car and you're going out of your way to rev it in between blocks, are you doing it to set off car alarms? Are you doing it to be a nuisance? That's the point, right? That's all I can imagine. They really ain't got no place in the city. Anyhow, not to sound like a old man complaining about noisy traffic, but it sucks. It's the one thing that really sucks about living downtown. Welcome back to another episode of Complaining with Cam, where I sit and slowly add color to models and complain about my neighbors and the traffic. And, you know, have a good time. Oh, man. So it looks like 1 drop of ivory into this uniform green was imperceptible. And 2 drops has made it absurdly bright. Try to be real careful with it and not overdo this highlight. But it is far too bright. I mean, what do I do? Is there a way to do a drop and a half? Yes, there is. Should have used the tip of a the back end of a paintbrush to apply it. It's too bright. Well, too far in now. I'm gonna keep going with it. Kind of concentrating it on the edges that are conjoining up at the top, like right here. Excuse me, I don't mean to clear my throat into the microphone, but yeah. Okay. Edge highlighting. I didn't want to actually do edge highlighting on this model. I wanted to stick with sponging, but these areas are too tight to get the sponge on it. It's fine though. We'll bring down this super bright edge highlight with the weathering effects later. At some point very soon we're going to hit this with the sponge chipping method. It's one of my favorite ways of weathering mechs, no matter the scale. Works great at the 6mm scale. Works great at the 28mm scale. Just works. Anyhow, what's folks up to today, hobby and wise? What's a good poll to toss in the chat? What is the subject of discussion? How about this? Let's do new poll. Start a poll. Best highlight method for mechs? Question mark. We'll go sponge layering. We'll do dry brushing is king. I'm gonna say just contrast for me, dog. And edge highlighting for life. Alright, let's toss that in there. These are fun. I like them quite a bit. We're using a little bit of sponge layering and edge highlighting on this project. Wasn't expecting to do the edge highlighting, but here we are. And I am planning on doing a few layering effects, or a few weathering effects, which will let me be a little rougher with the edge highlighting. Y'all saw my paint up in the 28mm Marauder project. The highlights in that are quite rough. They're just perfunctorily performed. They're there. They're rough. They're oversized. But then it's got a ton of chipping work and then a whole bunch of effects like oil washes and whatnot. So it kind of minimizes any rough spots and hides your crimes, if you will. Covers over your holidays. Another Nate says, I spotted a great desk at the volunteer fire department today with free on it. Heck yes. Were you able to pick it up? I hope so. They must have done some upgrading. Volunteer fire department. It's something I ain't thought of in some time. Not since being back east in Tennessee. Volunteer fire department over there. Gotta assume it's a little less volunteer based here in the city. Speaking of, there goes a siren. From the sound of it, sounded like a cop just running a red light. Get a lot of sirens here in my neighborhood. Actually, I live really close to the freeway on-ramp for I-80, and sometimes there's commotion of a whole heckin' bunch of emergency vehicles go screeching by. Take the on-ramp. Had to Hulk bust it to fit it in the truck, but it's cheap particle board, so I didn't strain myself. Alright, well I hope it's useful then. Sounds like a good step towards getting a solid hobby set up. Nice ratty old freebie. Sometimes those are the best boons to your hobby. Finding a good desk that someone's used and tossed out. I'm a little wary of furniture here in the city. About 10 years ago, I ended up bringing a painting home that someone had put out. It was a really awesome painting, really haunting. It's like a portrait of this Asian woman with a really like unearthly yellow hue to the whole thing. The background was yellow, her skin was overly yellow, but she had this look on her face. It was just like, I don't know, it made a statement about like sadness and stereotyping, and just a really fabulous piece of art. Very subtle. Could have definitely done like an art critique on it, or wrote a paper. But this painting was on a solid piece of oak, and unbeknownst to me, it had bedbug eggs in it. And so began a nightmare of getting rid of some of the hardiest dang old pests that exist. Basically, you gotta take all the linens out of your house and heat them in a dryer, more or less, and then bag everything up. And then like the pest company comes in and they bring a giant heater into your house and heat the space to like 140 degrees Fahrenheit or something. It's really crazy effective at destroying these animals. They're completely intolerant to heat. But it was a nightmare. It was absolutely a nightmare. So long story short, I can't bring myself to pick up free furniture here in the city. The risk is too high. And it's interesting to note because back east, back in the town I come from, I would not hesitate to pick up a piece of furniture. I would just assume that someone did an upgrade and maybe they don't have a truck. No problem. Not even a second thought. Here in the city, you never know. Could be a bad choice. It says it's one of those ones with the hutch on top. It'll be a bit of rebuilding, but it's out in the rain. Because it was out in the rain, but I've got the tools. Sick. Sounds like a fun project, actually. I always love getting to do stuff like that because it's just kind of out of the norm for me. Every now and then helping my dad with a project when I'm back east on a visit, or you know, hanging shelves, that kind of stuff. I don't know, just something fun about it. Okay, so got this real subtle highlight on the mech now. I think we need to hit these yellow segments with a little bit more. Are we to the stage of washing? I don't actually know. These definitely need another layer. So we're going to do that right now. No need to film it. Just going to get back out the Hansa Yellow Opaque and thin it out. Oh, that's way too much. Damn, why did so much come out? Wow, that was crazy. Okay. I'll separate a little out and thin it with this water on the palette. And hit the mech. Hit all the yellow spots. A little more yellow. It's crazy. It's doing that thing again on camera. So what I'm seeing on the feedback here is kind of like a golden yellowy color, kind of orangey. It's not accurate. This is more like a neon green yellow type color. It's shockingly bright. It's kind of nuclear yellow. And it has really, really poor coverage, come to find out. Usually golden paints are a lot better at providing coverage, but this one's abysmal. Maybe the worst yellow for coverage I've ever dealt with. I regret using it. I should have went with my good old Apple Barrel brand bright yellow. I'd have had better coverage out of that. Boo earns on Golden's Hansa Yellow. Can't remember why I picked it up, actually. I think it was for my design class. We had to do a painting at the very end. Basically, final project was about collaborative work, and the teacher, the professor, who was an artist himself, brought in this photograph, and kind of he blew it up and gave every student a section of printer paper which had like quadrants marked off on it. None of us could see what the picture was, and every student basically made a painting using those quadrants, and we had to do I can't remember how he put it. Had to use not the same colors in each of the quadrants. So like one square was in tones of yellow, one square was in tones of red, one was in purple, and then every student was doing that as well. And at the very end, we hung up all these paintings, these individual paintings, and it made this piece of art that was a reproduction of a photograph, but it was huge. It was like 20 by 10. pretty cool. Pretty fun project. But I've had these golden colors sitting in my collection ever since, and I think that was, I want to say 2018. The only one I use with regularity really is my carbon black, which I do recommend. Golden fluid acrylic carbon black is amazing for saturation and coverage. It's a little glossy, so you know, it's good to hit it with a matte coat afterwards, but it's really good for base rimming. Okay, so these yellow bits look a little better. They are bright. They are covered enough. Like, this is a little patchy here. I don't know if that's showing up on the camera. It's a little patchy, but that'll get covered over by the sponge chipping. Which, are we about to do the sponge chipping? No, I think it's time for freehanding. So let's pull up the Magistracy of Canopian. Just need the symbol. All right, so what we're looking at is kind of like a blue-greeny pattern with the 3 stars, an oval shape with like a starry background, and the whole thing is contained inside of 2 rings. One of them is gold and one of them goes from blue to green. So we're going to do some freehand work here. Means I need a pencil first. Let's get started on this. Let's make it work. All right, get back up the camera. Pull this boy out right here. Hit record. Show this to the camera. And then it took a lot of thought, but I think what I've settled on is putting the Canopa symbol just right here, right in the center. It makes the most sense to me. So we're just gonna draw on a circle, real rough. I'm sure that's not showing up at all. Start with an arc here, and we'll come down this way, bring it on around. And whenever you're drawing a circle, unless you can draw a perfect circle, which not many people can, it's always good to sketch your work starting a little smaller than the final product. And this technique works as well for the smaller ones. The paint's going to cover over the graphite, and if anything else shows up, we can buff it down and get rid of it with the washes, I suppose. Okay, so got the overall circle. Go back to the reference material, and then there's like another circle in the middle, so we're gonna draw that on. This is gonna be the boundary of our blue-green blend. Doesn't need to be perfect. We can correct it with the paint as well, so there'll be multiple opportunities to get it right. All right. So we'll have a circle inside of a circle. And then we also want circle here. So this is one of the stars. And then we have another star here. And then we'll have another one here. And these are rough. These don't, you know, they don't have to be perfect. We're just laying out the areas as necessary. Okay. And I don't know if that's showing up at all, but looks good to me. Looks like a starting point. All right. So it's sketched on. Drop my pencil into my paint. What is starting color here? I think we can work with this dark green, maybe. This here extra dark camo green. It's almost a blue color. I think it'll work really well. So put a little of that down. Add a little water to it. Give her a stir. I mean, it's kind of the tone. It's not quite right. It's a little desaturated, so we'll use it as a just do intentional pencil weathering. I see that a lot with scale modeling. If there's like areas that need to be steel that are exposed to rubbing, folks will use graphite to highlight it up. Okay, so this symbol is kind of like the bluey bit is at the bottom here. Probably should have thinned this a little more. So we're gonna start with a little overall bluish, greenish. It says it's dark green. It says it's extra dark green, but this is not really green. It's kind of gray blue. There's a little bit of green to it, but not much. All right. We really just want to make sure the area we want the darkest part of this to be completely covered in. And then we want to add a little bit of the uniform green, and we'll add that to the wet palette. Actually, a double helping of that, I think. Because we're going to mix this in with the dark green, and then also go the other way with it and mix it in with the yellow. So I'm making 2 spots on the wet palette. There's 1 and there's 2. And I'm also going to add another drop of water into our dark green base. And maybe I should put the palette in the shot here now that I think about it. See if y'all can see that. Slate green is that green. Yeah, it's a very slate green. I think you're right. It's called German Camouflage Extra Dark Green. It's color 70.896 from Vallejo Model Color. I have it from the Panzer Aces set. So we're going to take a little bit of the dark green and we're going to take a little bit of the uniform green and kind of mix them together, get like a 50-50, and then start bringing the edges of this up. And then there's also a bit of the interior that's darker. So we're going to start to add this as the darkest color in the interior, avoiding the little circles. Tracing out the like ovoid shape here at the bottom. And then we can go back and forth and add a little more of the dark and wet blend this down. Unload the brush some. We'll keep adding in this here darkest color. While it's still wet, we'll go back and forth and add some in. Unload the brush, grab it again, brush it back on. Just work it on there. And now, while this is still wet, we're going to grab our uniform green proper and do a little bit more here. Kind of blend some more of it back and forth. Then grab the medium color and clean up that edge. And then unload the brush, grab some of the dark. It's just, you know, a very back and forth till you get it right, till it looks right, till it feels right type situation. It looks like my circle's a little flat on this end. So we're going to come back in and widen it out. And then we'll correct the width here with the golden circle when we come back in. But any of these freehand projects, just they're back and forth. Back and forth and back and forth till it gets right, till it looks right. I'll even come back in usually with a super fine black line at the very, very end and do an outline. Not always, but sometimes. So just a little bit of back and forth, some blending, making sure the bottom of this is that darkest color. Okay. And then this bit needs to blend into lighter green. So we're going to start adding in just the plain uniform green. Trying to get it in the middle. Again, just don't have to be perfect. We'll sculpt it as we go. Now that I'm looking at the artwork, this like interior green is more of a bluey tone. Might go back and just repaint this segment a different green. Okay, so we're going to take we're going to apply a little more of this here uniform green around the circly bit. Make sure our edges are wet. And now we're going to dip into the yellow. That crazy bright yellow from before. And mix some green into it. And then we're just going to apply some up at the very top. Go back to the green, feather the edges and blend them together. Definitely not a skilled freehander, but like good enough. I definitely think I can hit a good enough note. This edge of the circle's a little flat, so we're gonna go back in and sculpt that out. back to our mid-tone. Mix in a little of the dark. Just back and forth till it starts to look right. I'm pleased with the outer ring. Add a little yellow to it here and feather that. I'm pleased with this portion of it. I'm not happy with the blue-green color in the middle, so we're just going to redo this and we're going to add a little blue into it. I'm not sure if I have a darker blue, but we're going to try to make that happen. And I wonder if I can get away with this here game color jade green. I think I can. So we're going to add a little bit of that. I haven't used this color in a hot minute. It's a little darker than I'd like, so we'll add back in a little bit more of the German extra dark green. And just like with the other colors, we're going to add a drop of water to each. And I think this should make a nice, more bluey, greeny tone for the center. The jade green definitely gets more into that like cool end of the green. All right. I just realized y'all can't see the palette. Maybe that's a little better. Okay, so we're going to take our dark green and we're going to mix in a little bit of this color. Yeah, that's closer to what I'm after. And we're just going to repaint this bit right here. Repainting this, bringing it way up. So there's like a circle here and then there's an oval here, which is going to be like a starry background. And then surrounding all this is a gold ring. Alright, and we're going to add a little bit more of the jade green in, and we're going to keep moving those edges up. Keep moving it up. Bringing it up. Same kind of pattern. We're focusing the highlight like up here. I hope that this is like, you can see this kind of on the camera. I'm really more focused on the filming of it, to be honest. Now we're going to put a little bit of the jade green to the side, and we're going to dip back into our 50-50 mix and start blending these till we get another lighter layer. We're going to bring it up. That might be a little too bright now that I'm looking at it, so we can unload the brush and go back to this tone. I hope y'all can see that it's just like, it's a whole bunch of back and forth. Just lighten it, darken it, bring it up, bring it down, keep it moving. While the paint is wet, you can blend it and get the smooth transitions that you're after. It starts to look half decent, and half decent is good enough. That's all you need. Alright, now we're going to add in some straight jade green up at the very top here. The symbol also has like facets, like it's a cut gemstone or something. I'm not going to put that level of detail. No need. I'm sure I could if I spent a whole bunch of time on it, but this isn't a competition piece. This is for a video that I want to get done and get out and make it a fun piece of content. And in my mind, the content itself is a little bit more important than the quality of the work. If anything, paint ups from Country Fried Minis need to be in this like accessible realm, if that makes any sense. I want to try to suggest to folks that like you can freehand. You can use these techniques. It doesn't matter like what stage you are in your painting career, in your hobby. If you paint, you know, once every 2 months, if you paint every day, if you're a hobbyist or you're a hobbyer, like either way, you can do it. Good enough is good enough. Is indeed like a hallmark of the channel. I just keep thinking back to the work that one of my friends does, in that like he gets the models done. Sure, some of them come out like exceptional and gorgeous, but some of them are like, you know, they're ancillary characters to the hero. So like just getting them done, getting paint on them has so much value. Just to have them on the table and done, and if you can read it from like across the room, if you can tell that like that guy's satchel is red and he's got a silver gun and his trench coat is like a mid-brown tone, that's perfect. That's all you need. I definitely think that, you know, there are times when people are going to come in to your FLGS and pick up your models and be like, oh man, that's awesome, and give them scrutiny. But the vast majority of people who see your work are going to be folks who come by to see what the game looks like, to see what's going on. They're looking at them from 4 feet away, or it's your opponent from across the table. So like, get them done. Excuse me. And actually, along those lines, once again, I would love to see folks models that are good enough. Excuse me. Post it over in the Discord. Link in the description down below. Link in the chat. Come on over, show off your models. We would all love to see your work. We're here to mutually build each other up and appreciate sexy paint jobs. And speaking of sexy paint jobs, all paint jobs are sexy, all models are sexy, but some are especially sexy. We even have a Not the Kids Table section for you to share your pinup art. Like the Twin Goddess miniatures, the Tanya, I'll be painting up on the channel. I've got some Limbo Division models, but I think they might be a little too much for YouTube. Probably not gonna do those as videos. Okay, so I think the next logical color here is going to be filling in this star field. So what we want to do here, I think, is to start with this phthalo blue from Golden. We're getting back out the Golden once again. This one's crusty from a couple years of unuse, but paint's still good. Put a little blue down. You can probably tell that the Golden colors are very thick. They're heavy body artist grade stuff. They're not formulated for miniatures, but you thin them down, they work just fine. I kind of like what's going on here. It's a little green for my taste. Once again, so I think we're gonna accent that phthalo blue, which has a greenish tone, with this here Calidor sky. And maybe even back to that slate greenish, that extra dark camo. Might even need some black, to be honest. So let's thin this one out as well. And I think the work is small enough that it's going to warrant getting out the 3.0 instead of this 3 brush here. And I think finally we want a little bit of the Black Legion contrast as well. And we'll set that over here in the corner. No need to thin it, it's contrast. Now that is a fire engine. All right, and we're back to the 3.0. Let's see if y'all can kind of see that. Very small, very fine point. And we're going to start filling in this section right here. And I think we're going to start with... it's got like a nebulous quality to it, but there's no colors other than blue. So we're going to take our phthalo blue here and a little bit of the contrast black and create a real deep, like, depth of space kind of tone, and focus it around here. Yeah, okay, that's about right. It's about what I was going for. We're gonna bring it right up to the edge of this little ovoid thing. We'll clean up the edges of it with the gold band. And then sections of it that are too deep, like in this crevice, we're just gonna put this color in there. Just vary that tone. And we'll do this with the dark color so that it kind of helps like create some false shadows. We don't have to worry so much about the blending, just getting it there. Okay. Yeah. Just coat the whole thing, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, and blend into it. So we're putting the blue down. This is like an oval shape with a purple dot with a star on it. So now we're gonna grab our Calidor sky and start making some areas of brighter blue. Unload our brush and then blend the edges. And we can go back into our phthalo blue and further blend our edges. And then actually, I think we need a little bit of the cold white from this titanium white. So let's not get a whole bunch of green in it. And yeah, there we go. Blue's fine. I'm gonna grab a little bit of this and turn it into like an icy blue and kind of work it at the center of these areas with the Calidor sky. Unload the brush again, grab the Calidor sky, and back and forth it. And we're doing all this with a bit of like a stippling motion. I'm just going to keep grabbing various blues, different hues, different darknesses, different bits of saturation. And we're going to back and forth with the blues until it looks half-ass all right. It's not a lot of space to work with here, so like it doesn't have to be perfect. I'm even going to take a little bit of black, just straight black, and put it on this end of it. And now we have this like little blue field here, and when that dries, we'll go back in and dot it with some stars. Okay, who's next? I have discorded, my favorite bit ever in general. Nope, Hobby Corner. Well, welcome another Nate. Welcome, welcome. Howdy, howdy. Post your stuff as you do work. Share your opinions. We've got some strong opinions on mechs here in the corner. We got some really awesome artists. There's a few other YouTube people in there. You know, come in and say howdy. Please do. We're I know at a surface level it could appear that like there's a certain amount of selfishness going into curating a Discord community, because it does indeed like favor the Countrified Minis community, right? But there's also the idea of fostering a community, and that's what it's all about, I think. I want to see your work. I'm sharing my work with y'all. I want to see what you're working on. That's what gets me going. That's what gets me excited. And speaking of, for those of you who are live right now, for those of you who are finding this via the algorithm, the Bromad Academy currently has a painting contest for a peripheral unit from Infinity the Game. And I want to do a piece of content. Excuse me. I want to do a piece of content about Infinity the Game and painting up the fabulous models. So I'm going to post in the chat right now the Bromad Academy Battle Buddies painting contest. Link is in the chat right now. I'm not sure if I have it in the description or not. I should probably add it. But what I would like is to curate people's pictures. I want to see folks spotlighted. I want to see community members share their battle buddies and get featured in a video coming up at the end of September, early October, early to mid-October, something around there. The contest ends is a Q3 contest, so it ends around the end of September. Bromad Academy is working with Shiv Games to give away a blister to the winner, as well as one to a random entrant. And I believe Monstrous Makings is also offering to work with people to do a custom bit conversion. So it'll be awesome. But in addition to the Bromad Academy contest, I want to show off your work on a Countrified Minis community spotlight on Infinity the Game. So if you want to participate, paint you up a model, submit it to the Discord, post it there. We'll put it on the video. If you'd like to send a clip of you talking about your model, just a brief thing or showing it off, feel free to send it to me by the email address provided in the About page for YouTube, as well as in my Discord. There's a post in the Infinity channel. Folks, you got 4 weeks to do it, so plenty of time. A peripheral is real small. I don't have one on hand, but they're real small. They're like half the height of a normal dude. Real simple thing to do. And if we get enough folks together, if we get enough interest built up, I'd love to do a community-driven vote in the Discord, as well as perhaps some kind of giveaway to who the community sees fit, whether that's store credit to some location online, or a model, or a care package sent from me to you. Not sure yet, and it's contingent on y'all's participation. So please, by all means, check out the Discord, get signed up, send me your peripheral model. I'd love to have your work in the next video. I guess it's not the next video. It's a video for early October into September. Okay, so yeah, and I'm dead serious about it. I'd love to see it. Anyhow, back to the task at hand. The next little bit here in the Magistracy of Canopus symbol is going to be these here purple circles. So we're going to start with some Gene Stealer purple. I don't think these actually get... I don't think they get highlighted. I think they're just flat purple. Let's check that logo. Yeah, they look flat purple to me because they're going to have gold stars over top of them. So for that, I'm just going to grab a little bit of this Gene Stealer purple, put it out on the wet palette. I need to get enough to be able to thin it. So we're going to add a little bit of water like close to it, but not a whole drop. Just a little tap on the end of my brush. Or the end of the end of the brush. Okay. Alright, so once again, these purple circle zones are these hollow things that I've left out. They're just going to get kind of roughly filled in. And they will have like a gold rim around them. Our friend on the Harley is back. Okay. And these are not the final shapes. They're just like a foundation for what's going to go down there. And, you know, they look a little flat, I think, without a little bit of highlighting on them. Really, they do. So let's take a dab of the white here, and we'll avoid where I got blue in it as best we can. And then mix a little purple back into it. And we're going to apply kind of the same highlighting schema. We're going to put it up in that kind of top middle, a little bit to the left. And we're going to apply that. We're going to lick our brush and partially unload it. And then use the partially unloaded brush to kind of feather the edges and blend the colors together. And now we have these purple dots. They look all right. What's next? We want to do... There's like a golden yellow type border. But it's like a greeny gold. So I think our hands of yellow works really well. Our motorcycle friend has shared that he is driving a loud motorcycle with us. Okay. What's a good color to make this into like a greeny goldy yellow? I think we're going to use this Nasdrug yellow to provide some contrast to it. So we're going to add a bit of this Nasdrug yellow to the Hansa yellow. And it's going to create like a thin, browny, greeny, yucky tone. And that will serve as a foundation for the yellow sections. So what we want to do, I think, is start with the ring around this section right here. There's like a ring in between our first like yellow green and the blue green in the center. So we're just gonna carefully take our time and go around that edge. And this is just like, this is a foundational color. We're gonna go back in with our yellow proper and then some white highlights to give it like a metallic kind of look. But for now, need to get it in focus and go around this whole thing. Dude, it's wild. I don't know if y'all can hear it. I can still hear that motorcyclist like 3 blocks away. I get a lot of motorcycles in my neighborhood because there's like a social club nearby that's targeted towards motorcyclists, and then there's also a like a motorcycle repair and sales place within a block of my building. Deal with a lot of guys on motorcycles, guys and gals. Shouldn't be so exclusionary and sexist. It was unintentional. Not my intention there to come across as any level of bigoted. Pardon me, chat. Okay. I think we need a sharper brush. So I've got this broken 5.0 that I use for detail work. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that all of these little purple spheres also get a gold outline, and then this blue area also gets a gold outline. So we're going to use this sharper 5.0 brush. Should have probably switched to the 20.0, honestly. This is fine. Good enough. Good enough is good enough, once again. And we're going to clean up the edges of these purpley boys. And carefully set down a foundation for the proper yellow that'll come after this. It's kind of a complex symbol. I almost wish I had thought of this beforehand and purchased some transfers. Oh well, we'll make this a major point in the video, I think. Painting free hands. Okay. We mostly get trailers loaded with 4-wheel drive rock crawlers here. The occasional motorcycle goes by. Now, trailers driving by is like a different kind of noise, right? You're not dealing with the engines revving so much as like the turbo charged diesel and the clattering of the trailer.
Of course, you know, I know the phrase applies to music generally, but there is that whole saying about if it's too loud, you're too old. Well, I'm as old as the dirt itself, y'all. This edge is a bad edge, so we're gonna clean that up. I think it might actually be time for the 20 brush to make this work. I'm gonna fatten up this gold a little bit. One more time around. One more time around. This is like a sickly vomit brown type color. Which is great. It's just what we want. We want like a greenish yellow starting point, which will then get highlighted up with our green Hansa yellow. And it'll tie everything in together. And the clanky chains, nobody seems to know how to secure them off the ground. I love it. I'm kind of lucky in that regard. Whenever I go visit my folks, their neighborhood's real quiet. It's semi-rural. Then there's a neighbor with like big trucks, but all in all, it's a very, very quiet neighborhood. It's actually interesting to note that I often find heading back east for a visit is like it's too quiet, like uncomfortably quiet. As much as I'm complaining about the traffic here, there's a certain amount of noise I've definitely grown accustomed to. Living in the city for so long now. Okay, so we've taken our Hansa yellow and we're mixing it back and forth in with that putrescent vomit brown. And it looks like we've got some white highlights that are going to be like here and here and here. So for the most part, this ring should be this bright yellow. And we're gonna just kind of apply it and try to keep it contained in the foundation we've set down. We'll leave a few spots on it this darker brown tone, like the puke brown kind of color, but just a little bit, just here and there. And I just realized I haven't started blocking out the stars. I'll have to go back and do that. That's fine. We'll make this work. I'd say this is 60-40 Hansa yellow and Nasdrag yellow contrast paint. And we're using the 20-0 liner to keep it nice and crisp as I can. Sorry, my nose is itching like crazy. I don't mean to be picking it so much on stream. Alright. Same on this blue field here. Same color. Getting a good yellowy line. Let me go back, add a little more of the brown, because this one is not as saturated as it should be. So let's do that. Same on these. Now, it looks like the outline of the little rings is a little more clear on where the white highlights are going. So we're going to leave a little bit of the dark brown to kind of the bottom left of them, it looks like. That will just slowly build up the yellow. It's tedious work, that's for sure, but you know, if you take a little time and do some freehand work, it'll really make your models look fabulous. There's a great video by Camo Specs on YouTube about doing freehand work. It's like an hour long. It's a long watch, but goes over the process of like breaking down a shape, breaking down your symbol into shapes, and translating those shapes to brush strokes. Your freehand doesn't have to be perfect to look like what you need it to look like. It is we're back again to, you know, good enough is good enough. Normally I wouldn't even go this far with like highlighting and blending, to be honest. And we're gonna mix a little more Hansa yellow in it. And just go around everything again. There'll be a few spots that get some white added later, but we want to develop that yellow right now. Get our magistracy of Canopus thing going on here. It is definitely more like green yellow than gold. Looking at the symbol, I've got the logo pulled up on. See, I'm on Sarna.net here. I may have skipped a layer on the blue field here. Alright, and now we're applying basically the pure Hansa yellow. The shape is kind of like most of the top of the ring here on the little ones, and then a little bit in the bottom left, and then I screwed that one up. Let's remove some of that paint. There we go. So on the little spheres, it's to the upper right, and then a small amount to the lower left. And then for this thing in the corner, the blue field is just like mostly just the yellow, because there's so much other colors going on around it. We don't need to do a ton of extra work. And then for the main circle, it's kind of a broken pattern. Some areas are just getting more yellow. Some areas are getting left more towards the brown. Just breaking up that color. And then we'll go back and add some white into the brightest points. And we got that yellowy, goldy type effect happening. It looks decent. I mean, and decent's good enough. We want to sell an effect, not replicate an exact paint job. I mean, in the end, I think I'm going to end up kind of spraying this with some directional light anyways. Oh, missed some chat here. Another Nate. Yeah, I'm full rural. I live right across a 2-lane highway from a rail line. Town is a green-minute drive either direction, and Windrock Mountain draws 4-wheel enthusiasts from all directions. I mean, that sounds like some fun recreation to me. Even other countries. Interesting. Oh, and regarding the work, you're saying, when you get down to a certain scale, many details is less good than implying something that can be easily recognized. Yeah, in my, I think I mentioned it last stream, in my Building a Battletech Lance Part 2, the second Battletech video on the channel. I'm doing the Free Republic Revolutionaries, and their symbol is like a, it's like a teal wraith attacking a fox. And that symbol at the 6mm scale just became, it's like a teal shape, evoking the gestural motion of the wraith, and then a little orange dot and some black dots for the fox. And it's like, it looks like the symbol at a distance, and that's good enough. Okay, so I don't know how well that reads on the camera. Let me try to get it closer, but it looks like it's got some depth to it, to the gold ring, which is what we're going for. And now we're going to add in a little white to it, I think. And you know, it's funny, here we are once again looking at, we're an hour and 50 minutes in, and it's remarkable like how little progress is actually getting made here. Okay, so we're gonna get back out our titanium white. Put that titanium white, I need to find a spot that's not gonna get tainted immediately. About just right there in that dried out brown. Yeah, it looks all right. And then we're still using the 20-0, and we're going to take our white and set some off to the side, and then take a little of that Hansa yellow, mix it in. And you can see that the Hansa yellow really overpowers that white. So we're going to add more white to it. That might be a little too much. Let's add back in a more yellow, back and forth till we have a good tone. Now we've got a nice, got a real nice, super bright yellow. And we're just going to kind of put it at the center of the bright yellowy spots. And it's this inclusion of white and leaving in the brown tones that's going to help suggest a bit of that like non-metallic metal type feel to the yellow. It's that contrast that sells that it's metallic. Like the yellowy tones are there to establish that it's gold. But really, it's the brown to the white. And oftentimes getting those like really close to each other that sell that it's metal. Like this little bit right here has been left just the brown. Can't say if it's accurate, but looks good. Yeah, it's definitely not accurate. And that kind of calls back that concept I keep expressing in mini painting, that it's more important that your aesthetics evoke a feel rather than being accurate. I mean, it's the same with like movie magic, right? Like when you have an explosion in a movie, it's like a gasoline fireball. An explosion doesn't look like that. You need to sell to the viewer that a thing is happening more so than depicting the thing happening. So that's what's going on here. We're mimicking the harsh highlights of the light glinting off the gold. Put a little bit more at the bottom, just a tiny bit. And then, of course, I forgot to do the stars. So I'm going to have to go back in. Damn, that white. Why is that white staining so bad there? Get a different brush. Okay. Okay. And you know, it looks all right. And now we're going to take some white, some just straight white. I'm going to put a little bit right there. Just a dab of bright white right there. And then we'll do another one right here. And we'll do another one right there. That's it. That's all the white we're using there. We'll do a dot and a dot. And then this one gets a little dot. And that one gets a dot. And I think that looks like gold. Or at least it reads like gold. And I think while we have out this color, it would do to edge highlight these yellow panels from earlier. So we're going to make a yellow white. Get back out our 3 liner and go back to these bright old things and just make them even brighter. Just hit that edge. Hit the edge here while we have the yellow out. Because I don't think I'm going to do any more yellow at the moment. I will be going back and doing yellow stars. But I think it's to a point where I'm going to need to lay out some fresh paint for it. Anyways, so let's continue with the edge highlighting trend and highlight these yellow panels, because when we hit the yellow panels later, they're going to get rust, they're going to get chipping, and get all that fun stuff. Oh man, I wonder if I can get this Hunchback done to the oil wash stage. I bet I could. I bet I can get this Hunchback done. Where are we at? An hour, 56 minutes into the stream. See where 4 hours puts it. If I don't get the Hunchback to the complete or very near complete stage, I'll probably just work on it off stream and get her done. I've been a little indulgent, I think, with these few paint streams. I think I'd like to, next time we run one of these, to make it a different model. maybe Titania, maybe just some mechs, some smaller scale mechs. I don't know. Is 5 or 6 episodes about the same thing too much? Might be. All right. Some yellow edge highlighting while we have it. Just realized I've been filming this whole addition of the edge highlights too. That is probably going to end up being wasted footage. Okay, all that's edge highlight. What's next to make these, to finish this guy? I need little stars, and I need the stars, the 5-pointed stars that kind of overlap the little purpley bits. So I think we're gonna do something crazy here. I'm gonna make sure that we're using the tiniest brush, 20O liner, and we're gonna get out the black paint here. And we're gonna risk ruining this whole dang thing. So we want a star here. And we're going to start it with black to provide a little bit of extra contrast before we hit it again with the browns and yellows. I'm gonna ruin this work here. Black. Okay. And then this one's kind of at a different angle down here. So we're going to start like this. I think I may have just ended up kind of the same angle. It's fine, whatever. Oh boy, drawing stars is hard. Fine though, the black areas are going to be a little bit bigger than the star that goes on it anyways. Now I'm going to hold this, I guess, at a different angle to try and get this one actually the right way. So this one's kind of hanging off the right side and needs to be like that. Oh, this has been out of focus. Dang it. Hope it's not out of focus on the stream. I could definitely use a better camera for the paint stream, but you know, this is what we have. All right, so we got the stars there. Probably watch it. Use this excess highlighting to make a video that's entirely B-roll and dub nonsense over it. You know, that's something I was thinking about doing for like limited release and Patreon and channel membership type videos, because you know, if you're providing like that extra stuff that people would pay for, there's a bit of like pressure to create something extra instead of just being like, oh, you get a discount. So it's something that's crossed my mind before to do something with all the footage. I do store all my extra footage. There's a lot of it. There's a whole lot. Because I'll often take these, like, I'll take a 10-minute video and 10-minute clip in my video while editing and condense it to 20 seconds worth of stuff. Alright, here is the nerve-wracking tension, clenched butt, breath-holding edge work. So this isn't like necessary to outline your freehands, but I personally find that the impact of blacklining your freehands adds a whole level of like visibility that's really, really nice. Adds a lot to the model, in my opinion. Folks may disagree. You're entitled to your opinion. It's really just a matter of personal taste. But I recommend, personally, taking some time and a sharp brush and outlining very carefully the outer border of your free-handed details. Within reason. Like if they're little tiny unit markings on like the tiniest scale, you could probably skip it. But here in this case, like I've got this big circle going on. This here little bit of black around the edge is gonna make it pop. It's gonna clean up the edge. It's gonna hide any extra bits of the pencil work. It can be used to tidy up the size of the outer circle. It's worth doing, in my humble opinion. Again, it's nerve-wracking. I am stressing it for sure. Stressing not messing it up. But almost made a pass all the way around. Oh boy, okay. And really, the most important bit of it is to clean up those rough edges. Like I got a little wobble right there in the green that I want to fix. It's not perfect, but, you know, are we here to chase perfection? Pretty sure there was a bit about perfection in one of the Horus Heresy books. Fulgrim had done a sculpture and he just couldn't quite figure out what was wrong with it. And I can't remember who he was consulting with. But upon consulting about what made his sculpture bad, it was perfect. It was like machine perfect. It had no spirit. It had no soul. Outlining definitely adds punch, but can cause cartooniness in the wrong style unless that's desired. Gundams need that tune. Yeah, you're definitely right there. Just, I don't know. There's something about like you going from this brown field of color, and you hit this black border, and it creates this distinction, this separation. Helps it to be readable, at least in my opinion in this case. But yeah, I could see where certain applications wouldn't work. Okay, so next up we're going back into our puke brown, and we're going to just fill in almost the entirety of these stars. Doing our best to leave the tiniest little bit of black around the red edges. And in this case, the black border helps to provide a little bit of separation between the two sections that are the same color. Just a hard bit of contrast. All right. And that's wet and needs to dry because it's like a foundational layer. We're not blending yet. So in the meantime, we're going to revisit our titanium white and try to find a spot on the wet palette that will stay white. I think right there ought to do it. We're going to go and add in the little stars here. Just little dots of white. Dots of white here and there, here and there. Here and there. Some of them like minuscule, some of them a little bigger. Still managed to get purple into it. It's fine. Okay. And now we can go back to our Hansa yellow. Now that the browny pukey color is dried. Mix it up. Do like 70% vomit brown and 30% this new yellow. And then kind of draw some little lines on the stars. It looks like, for the most part, the downward facing ray is going to be that puke brown color. Alright, while that's still wet, we're going to grab our puke brown and try to put it towards the bottom of each one. Now we're going to grab our Hansa yellow and concentrate it on the top three rays. And that's universal on all of them? Yeah. I guess they're supposed to be faceted, so it would all look pretty much the same. Alright. Next is this one. A little more on the brush. Screwed that one up. Alright, we're going to go into our yellow-white mix. Try to put just the tiniest mark. And that is a huge mark, not tiny. Tiniest little bit on each of these. Man, I screwed that one up bad. Let's see if I can't fix it. Go back in with this mid yellow. Camera's a little out of focus. And then we're going to take white and we're going to dot the center of each one, I think. Looks all right to me, looks passable. This one right here is a little wonky. Let's try and put a mid-tone. And then we'll go back with the vomit brown at the bottom. They're too small to like correct the black once it's down. But I think it looks decent. It reads like stars. It looks like a magistracy symbol to me. Yeah, you're right. It makes it look like a decal. It is indeed. It's meant to look like a decal. I mean, that looks like a magistracy of Canopa symbol. In fact, let's take a second. Oh, I'm actually going to take 2 minutes, 120 seconds. I'm going to stand up, stretch my butt, stretch my legs, take a picture of this, post it to the Discord. I'll be back in 2. Swig a cup of water or something. And we'll get something next. I think we're on to sponge chipping now that we've got that symbol down. No, I need to put I need to write Canopus Traveler on my mech somewhere. Where's it going? I think I kind of wanted it on the side of the gun, but it's real busy here. I don't think it's gonna work. I think we'll put it right here. Some white Canopus Traveler, kitty cat faced, and then 69 here maybe. I don't know if it'd be better to do. Is this mech number 69 or is it number 420? I think it's 69. We're leaning into that absurd thirst nonsense that the Canopus crowd is all about. Anyhow, I'm going to take 2, stretch my legs, refill my drink, and we'll get started doing some more work. I'm going to post this to the Discord. I'll be right back, y'all. Switch this over to the BRB screen. Boop, 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 boop. I don't think I've ever let that run so long. Sorry about that. Responded to a couple messages, posted this freehand work in a few spots, refilled coffee. We're back at it. Let's see, is that showing up at all? It looks decent. I think it does. Good enough, and you're going to be viewing it from kind of that distance anyways. What's left to do on the old Hunchy Gunchy? I think I need to do the other free-handed elements. Yeah, I need to do the other free-handed elements because they're going to get sponge chipping over top of them. So we want to start with It's Fine was catching up on my kittens game. What's kittens game? Is this a game your kittens play? Is it a game about cats? I'm intrigued. I've been thinking about getting a cat. Speaking of, it's been a while since I had an animal in my life. Thinking about getting a cat again. We're gonna do. Where's my pencil? Where'd I toss that pencil? Did I toss that pencil? Here it is.
Access granted.
I think we're gonna do our 69 right here. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do number 69 because it's ridiculous. All right, start out with some ovals. Put a circle at the bottom of this one. Circle at the top of this one. See it happening. See it happening. All right. It needs to be a little wider. Now that I'm looking at it, a little wider. Get out our white again. Incremental browser game. Collect catnip, build space infrastructure. All those yes, cats in space. You know, I like this thinking. I've got a really long run of Cookie Clicker going over there on my desktop PC. I'm clicking cookies. So if you don't click the cookies anymore, you pull in cookies from outer space and make cookies out of more cookies and grow cookies on the cookie farm. I get it. Incremental game. Something about number go up feels good. Howdy, howdy, Tech Noir. Welcome to the stream. How goes the paints? So, we've done some edge highlighting on the green and this here freehand on the chest. Let's see how close I can get that to the camera if that shows up. We got the Magistracy of Canopus symbol, which is like a star field and then 3 planets with a star on them. That took like an hour, I want to say. And now we're on the legs. We're doing a little more freehanding. And the mech is going to be number 69. Of course, why wouldn't it? HBK-4G 69 Canopus Traveler. And then I think we're going to put Canopus Traveler across the leg right there. Thanks. The freehand is... Well, I got a lot of good footage of it, so it's probably going to be a major point of the video when it comes out. But for now, we're turning this Hunchback into a nice machine. I got the wrong brush. I need to be using... Was this the 3.0? Yeah, we'll use the 3.0. And slowly shape some more freehand. And even though this is just a number, it's the same deal. It's we've sketched on an outline with the pencil. We're going to slowly fill it in and try to keep it as clean as possible. And I may or may not do something green with it in the middle of the white. And again, it's another one. It just needs to look clean enough. Just needs to look clean enough. Another Nate, the cookie clicks itself. It does indeed. I think I'm up to 900 cursors. So, was it each cursor clicks once every 10 seconds or something? I've got 900 of them, and then there's all kinds of multipliers. So each click is actually many clicks. Yeah, I've hit a point where I don't think there's much else I can do in the Cookie Clicker. I may have beat Cookie Clicker. I've hit the point of like what drives the ultra wealthy? Like at what point are you like, you're not getting anything else out of number go up? I'm kind of there. Anyhow, it just runs in the background. Basically 24/7 anymore. I think there's still a few achievements I've yet to get, but they're getting harder and harder to get because it's like it's exponentially more. Not even close. Yeah. You're right. How dare I even consider stopping the cookie? Clicking the cookie. Alright. So we got the framework of the 69 down. And now we're going to go round and round it, kind of thickening it and trying to make the widths uniform and as clean as we can manage. And just like the Canopus, the magistracy symbol, this is still just like, it's not a number. It's another free-handed piece. It's another series of shapes. So, you know, it's straight lines with angled bits that come together to make curves. Keep it as clean as possible. Nice and clean. You know, at this point, I've got some odd flap trillionumous cookies to go for my next unlock. Oh my god. It never ends. It just goes up and up and up. Number go up. Oh my god. Sorry, checking some Discord stuff over there. I think folks are enjoying Baldur's Gate tonight. Is that what I'm understanding? The new Baldur's Gate 3's out. New games landing for the season. Not something I'll be playing. Although I have a save of Baldur's Gate 1 on my computer. And I was thinking of maybe playing through that on the stream. Do like a Sunday night thing or something like that once video production slows back down to normal speed. Alright, so I made that 9 a little thin. I sure did. It's a little thin. But whatever. I guess I could thicken it up just the tiniest bit. Whatever. It just needs to look all right. It needs to look good enough. We're gonna hit it with some sponge chip in here in a bit. It'll be fine. Plus, you know, like these tanks, the tanks in World War II and whatnot, that stuff was hand painted. They weren't perfect. Perfection is not perfect. Imperfections are what give it character. I think we'll also thicken up the 6 towards the inside just a tiniest little bit. And that should get those numbers a little more uniform. Yeah, that's what we're going for. Looks all right to me. Looks like a 69. All right, and I need it to say Canopus Traveler somewhere. It needs to say Canopus Traveler. I think it's right here. Right, the markings on your mech need to be all forward. RFD Hobby, welcome. Hey boss, we've been doing a little bit of freehanding work tonight. I don't know if you've caught this, but we got the Magistracy of Canopus symbol on the chest of the mech. Probably spent about an hour on that. And of course, naturally, because Canopus is rife with debauchery, this is mech number 69. Of course, why wouldn't it be? And we're going to put Canopus Traveler, I think, on the thigh right here. TechnoRTN says, which race should I pick in Baldur's Gate 3? Does chat have any suggestions for what race would be cool to play? I don't know. I don't know what's in there. What are we looking at? Dwarf? What's the classic? Elf, dwarf, human. Does it let you play as a Githyanki? Switch back to this 3. I'm gonna go with. Actually, no. Where's my? There's my 5-0 right there. I'm gonna. Githyanki is in there. I mean, I tend towards Githyanki not because I'm a fan of them as much as because the option is there. That's just me though. Damn, that's a hard choice. It's D&D 5th edition. They start with cantrips. Is that like regardless of class? You'd be like a Githyanki thief with cantrips? My Infinity model should be here in a couple days. I hope I can paint that little sucker. Okay. Oh hell yeah! I think it'll be a blast. The detail level's pretty high on them, but they're not too bad. It's again, I really think contrast paints do a lot of heavy lifting for like the base layers. Ooh, if I screwed up and got this too close. Kind of know. How about Tiefling? They're supposed to be hot right now. Chat has suggested Tiefling. Canopus. Canopus. I have the AP Speed Paint 1 set. They're really good. Oh, heck yeah. I'm a fan of them as well. What it's got like yellow, purple, green, red, orange, gray. There's 2 types of brown in it. Like a leather color and the what is it, pallid bone. I was not impressed with the Crusader flesh, but I tried putting it over a Zenithal coat, and I think it ruined the effect. Okay, and we do... Ooh, can I make this fit? She is the Canopus Traveler. Travel. Traveler. Okay. Looks alright. Looks decent. Yeah, you get dark wood brown and pallid bone. Good range of colors. I generally use the Army Painter Air paints for most of my stuff, though. Just brushing it on, they work nicely as well. I haven't tried the Army Painter Air colors, but I generally, I agree. I use the Citadel Air colors. I like the consistency of them. I've been loving these Vallejo model air color metals. Really good stuff. Just sometimes being able to brush on a paint right out of the pot without it clotting up the detail is just so very good. A good tip on the Army Painter Airs though. Nice color triads in that set to help you if you need some guidance on what paints to use. Oh yeah. I'll have to check some out. I'm definitely looking to slowly replace basically everything in my Citadel collection. I still like the contrast colors. I like the performance of a lot of their contrast colors. I hate the pots. I actually spilled half of my Imperial Fist the second time I opened it up. And it's just, it's awful. If they just, if they just get on board and put them in dropper bottles, we'd be somewhere. Okay. I have a decent Citadel paint set. I moved them all into bottles with mixers. Yeah, I'm seeing more and more people do that. Because they're not bad paints. In fact, they're objectively good paints. Except for the metallics, in my opinion. Citadel metallics are not great. But yeah, pulling them out of paint pots sucks. Pretty sure it was the labels transfer over easy too. It takes a few hours, but totally worth. Pretty sure one of the big channels did an episode about that, right? I can't remember if it was Squidmar or Miniac. One of them has a guide on it. Was it Midwinter Minis? I can't remember exactly. I know the video exists. Salute the Sun, says my cell phone. It's Discord action happening. People are talking. People are having fun. Folks are sharing cool stuff over in the Country Fried Minis Discord. So once again, if you're not in the Discord, if you're finding this video via the algorithm, I think there's a Discord link in the description, but I've also posted one in the chat over the course of this stream. heading over there, show us your models. Get in on the Infinity Model Challenge. I posted over in the Infinity thread. Are they called channels? The channels within the channel. Cultivating some community shares for a video at the end of September, early October. Also posted a link in the chat regarding the Bromad Academy Battle Buddies paint contest. So yeah, love to get your minis in on a community spotlight video coming up. Head over to the Discord channel for details. You'll lose more paint leaving them in the pots than you will in the transfer process. Now, that is an endorsement of getting it done. Yeah, I've got some colors up here that are just basically unusable. Yeah, like my Ulthuan Gray is all separated out again. I could go to mix this together and it's clumps. It's chunky, chalky crap. I really ought to put them into some droppers. Heck, you know, that might even be a worthwhile video. I could try it. Might as well try some of the more hobby aspect stuff. Hobby related tasks. Everything's been about painting models so far here at Country Fried Minis. Okay, so it's taken several coats here to build up the white, because I'm using Liquitex white ink instead of paint. So it's got really high pigment saturation, but it's super thin. And it just, I don't know, it works really well. It feels good. It doesn't get super chalky like white paint can. I mean, if you want your white paint to not get chalky, you got to kind of thin it to this level anyways. Need to get a paint shaker for my bottles. I'm too old to shake separated paint these days. Oh man, I am starting to feel that. As I say time and time again, I'm as old as the dirt itself. Alright, so the Canopus Traveler gets a little kitty cat. Let's see if I can. See if I can get this on here. It's two little eyes. He gets two little ears. Two little eyes, two little ears. Phone is blowing up. That's Wii Fit Trainer from Super Smash Brothers, by the way. Saying salute the sun. I got a Vortex mixer from Amazon for like $10 and it works great. I had no idea they were that cheap. Is that a new thing that they're available for that cheap? Because folks are picking up for hobby and they're not quite as niche. Kitty cat. We got a kitty cat happening. Kitty cat got long whiskers. Kitty cat got long whiskers. I'm going to go back around the outline again. And I think I'm also going to do some little like paint streaks coming down off of these letters here. The 69 and the canopus, the magistracy symbols, need to look like they were applied by professionals. But canopus traveler designation needs to be applied by the pilot herself. Okay. Canopus traveler. Let's do a little streaky poo there. And a little streaky poo off the E. And the L. And the O. And the U. Maybe a double one off the U. And maybe off the C and the A. I'm displeased with that one. Didn't look good. That one don't look good. But she's a canopus traveler. Tap the rubber nipple on top and it wiggles real good. Get your mind out of the gutter there, another Nate. They're cheap Chinese knockoffs. Mine has a misspelled lab supplied company on the bottom. Okay, yeah, they might be worth picking up because actually the worst paint I have for that is this here Dirty Down Rust. This stuff separates out so much worse than anything else I've ever worked with. Excuse me, and it does not work unless you have all that gunk in the bottom mixed into it. It does not turn matte. It does not do the magic effect. You really need to. You gotta stir it. It's like the ball in it is not enough. So I have where's she at? I have the other half of this brush that I broke, and I dip it down in the thing and make sure to stir it real good before I use it. So we might be getting to using that here soon, making decent time. We're at going on 3 hours in. As I was kind of talking about earlier today, I'm aiming for like I think about the 4-hour stream is about what I'm looking at for painting. It's about the place you start to kind of hit the wall, in my experience. Although I did eat dinner, and I've got some stuff to drink here. So who knows? I'll try to get this Hunchback done, and then honestly I probably won't do another stream on the Hunchback. Just gotta base it. Well, I gotta ink wash, oil wash, all that good stuff. Maybe like a dirt griming session. Put it on the base. And then from there it's start putting everything onto the computer and edit it up. We'll probably do another episode or two, or the workflow live stream, where folks can get in on the action that's going on the other end of the post-production, working at Premiere. The workflow live streams are a really good place to get like more direct influence as to what's going on here at Country Fried Minis. You know, you toss an idea my way while I'm live putting together the video, there's a decent chance it'll make it into the video. I guess that happens here too, a little bit. During our last stream, somebody recommended I put a heart on one of the bags for the girls. And where's she at? I ended up with a heart on the bag for one of the girls. Yeah, please, by all means, give me suggestions. Stop in, say, do this, Cameron, we want to see it. And I'll be like, okay, you got it. Here you go. You know, this YouTube channel started kind of for myself. And now it's for y'all. So I hope to put together some decent content, stuff you'll enjoy and whatnot. Paint something lewd inside that hip socket. Yes. Alright. Yes. Yes, here we are. Here we go, folks. This is the demonetization stream. This is the demonetization stream, and it's happening right now, live on YouTube for y'all who are here in this moment. This is just for y'all. Let's get a little bit of this bright magenta. And we're gonna put an Easter egg inside this Canopus Traveler. How about let's turn it around this way. Get it on camera real good. Put up a black bar if you need to. No, we're risking it. So we're gonna draw a rocket ship, a pink rocket ship. That's what we're gonna do right now. Freehand City. Let's draw a pink rocket ship just for y'all. Just for y'all. And you know, it's the optimum shape to achieve interstellar flight, you know. You want your big engines at the base, and then you need a long body to keep your crew safe at the very end. And then, of course, a freehand wouldn't be complete. We didn't add a little dimensionality to it. And you know, what's the most efficient shape out there in nature is a sphere. So I'm going to keep these engines here spherical. And then, well, we can't really go spherical with the crew compartment and the body. It's got to stay more cylindrical, if you will. So we're trying to keep it towards spherical as much as we can to reduce the stresses on the body. But we also need to make sure that the crew are safe and far from the rocket propulsion at the end, at the base of the rocket ship. And then, of course, this is a glorious rocket that needs to be in full burn. Of course, it's got to be in full burn. Can't very well have a rocket ship stationary on the ground. It's it wouldn't do. It wouldn't do. So we want to put a full burn maximum thrust, if you catch my drift. Penetrating deep into the darkest recesses of space and time, traveling so fast that it's a time traveler. Time traveling glorious pink rocket ship. Just for y'all, in this moment, on this stream, pink rocket ship. Absolutely foul. I'm proud of this, and this is going inside of this thing forever, and no one will ever know, except for y'all right here. So if you want more of these kind of shenanigans, if you want to try to if you want to come into the stream and direct me to draw penises on the inside of my battle mechs, please consider becoming a channel member. For as little as 99 cents a month, you can join the ranks of the Biscuits, which will give you access to a channel badge as well as biscuit-based emojis going forward. Yes, this is fun. This is the welcome, Calixus. This is the demonetization stream. We have just drawn a nice little rocket ship inside the mech. Yeah. So as far as the paint up goes, we've done the freehand work. She's number 69, of course. She's the Canopus Traveler, of course, a reference to my Neuro helmet. And then we've got the Magistracy logo. At this point, I think we've just put out a fresh sheet on the wet palette to do some sponge chipping. And I actually have this new awesome color. So normally when I do my sponge chipping, not the sponge work as I did previously, but a little different. Normally I'd take a mixture of black and whole red. And now I have this here German camouflage black brown, which is a fabulous color. It's a little closer to what I'm going for in my sponge chipping. If I could find the damn, that's burnt red. I need, am I gonna have to stand up again? No, there we go. Okay. All right, so we're gonna do some sponge chipping, which actually means I need to get back out the camera and start a filming again. We're gonna do a mixture of, let's go back to Pro Video, hit record. We'll do a mixture of, it was normally black and whole red. Camera don't want to focus on those. Let's try again. Please focus, camera. Okay. So we're gonna do the whole red, and then normally I'd use black, but we got this black brown. Oh, well then you're just in time, good sir. So what you want to do is pick you a nice contrasting color that evokes steel, without going to the edge of, without actually using silver. If you want to add silver in, you're gonna have to do it manually. All right, and I put a mix of this nice whole red, which kind of evokes like the oxide primer that you'd get on like a German World War II tank, and then a mixture of a black normally. But we're gonna get this nice dark red oxide primer type color. This might actually not be dark enough. No, that's okay, it's mixing in right. All right. So we'll get a nice reservoir of this stuff going. And make sure you get a nice fresh paper towel, and then a piece of sponge. Kitchen sponge works. I'm using, these are inserts from Infinity Army sets. And then you want a nice irregular edge on it. So I think I'm going to pluck off a few extra little bits. Just try to avoid square edges on it. It needs to be irregular. And then we're going to dip into our paint, and then we're going to remove almost all of it. So the main difference here is the earlier sponge work was with a very saturated sponge. I was getting layering work. This is like you're doing a dry brush, mostly removed. And we'll start with the legs here. And then you're gonna take this and you're gonna just jab at it. Here and there, a little bit everywhere. You're not really saturating it down. It's going on like a dry brush, but because it's a sponge, it's hitting in a very irregular pattern. And I wonder if let's see if that reads on the camera. There's a little bit of a latency here. Let me get it back to live broadcast. And you can see you get these irregular chips that are mostly concentrated on the sharp edges where you might get wear and tear. And it creates a very quick and natural looking wear pattern. I just realized this is being recorded. I need to not do this part, I think, for the video. But you can do another layer of this afterwards. It's very easy to overdo. So less is more here. But one of the things I like to do with the bigger models is after you get your sponge chipping effect done, you can go back in with a brush and find areas that have like really big patches of the brown. So like right there in that corner, you could go back in with a tiny brush and put silver on them, but it's totally not necessary. And if you get a good color that evokes steel, I mean, come on, that's just like instantaneous, fairly realistic looking weathering effect. And this still works on the 6mm scale. This is a armor modeler technique. And see, I just put way too much right there. So that'd be a really good candidate for going back in with the brush. I picked up this technique from Night Shift, which is a fantastic YouTube channel. If you don't know about it, man, he does some amazing work, and you can pick up some really good techniques over there. Big recommend for Night Shift. Uncle Night Shift making some really awesome tanks, scale modeling techniques and whatnot. He's got some really good videos on painting with translucent colors and glazing over top of like a zenithal prime coat. Oh damn, that was way too much. So right here I've got so much on it, I'm just gonna go real heavy and embrace that I screwed up. It's very, very easy to overdo this. But if you keep it constrained and remember less is more here, you can create this amazing weathering pattern very, very quickly. Very effortlessly. Time is the only factor here. How long are you willing to sit here and jab at it? And I think you could even do this in 2 layers. I think you could do like a more black layer of it and then like a more oxide. And they're not going to line up perfectly. It's very random. But man, if it don't look great. And then later when you do your oil wash over top, it looks even better. You get this very, very nice wear patterns on stuff. I don't know how well that reads on the camera, but like that, it looks just, it's like magic. It's so good. I think one of the guys in our group at Games of Berkeley does his mechs with, you hit them with contrast paint, you dry brush it, and then you sponge chip, and then like pick out the cockpits, and they're done. Easy mode. And they look great. I guess on something this scale, you're starting to get into, you know, it's a little more time consuming. But again, it's going to concentrate on those edges and put wear where it's very reasonable and realistic. And in the case of this particular model, it's going to hide some of the not so great printing. And then that just like, I hope that reads on the camera. That super bright, unrealistic yellow is now covered in a whole bunch of like scale chipped paint. It's, if you ain't got it in your arsenal yet, make sure to try it out. Pick you up some kitchen sponges if you don't have excess like army case foam floating around. It'll really elevate your stuff to the next level. Now, of course, if you're wanting to go for like a clean, fresh out the factory look, like I get not doing this, but it looks awesome on mechs, especially. Look good on Space Marines and stuff too, so don't neglect it. And it even looks decent on the like metallic sections. So like, I don't know if that comes through on the camera, but it reads super well. Wear and tear, natural chipping of the paint. Okay, and how long's that been? What color would you recommend? Off-white or light gray? What color would you recommend for off-white or light gray? Okay. I think it's still the same mixture that I tend to favor. I do the main one is the Vallejo whole red. Whole red is a really good color, but it's too bright as it is. But like if you mix a little black into it, or like in this case, the camo black brown, they come out really nice. And actually, let me see, did this kit come with whole red? Yes, it did. The oh, there's hair all in here. What was this set called? The Panzer Aces camouflage set. Comes with all these fun greens I'm using, all these tans, and it's got whole red and German camo black brown. I recommend this set, picking it up. I got it on Amazon for $30, and it came with 16 colors and a paintbrush. Yeah, for sponge chipping off-white or gray, I'd still recommend the like whole red. And I guess it's kind of my go-to color because it's brighter than black, so you can put it on black mechs and it'll still show up. And it's not just stark black, so it doesn't create too much contrast on your off-white or gray mechs. I did my Tukia mechs, the what you call them, the Comms Guard, the 3rd Comm Guard Army. I did those with the same chipping color, and they come out great. Let's see, we got the stark yellow stark yellow pad here. See if it shows up on camera. Let's pop it a few times. And it's just like magic. It's too good. I need a little more on the palette. Or just dark gray if you don't want rust. Yeah. Another Nate, you're absolutely right. If you're wanting to aim for like a steel color, a dark gray is the way to go. And I guess what I'm going for isn't really as much rusty as that intentional oxide color in the primer. Yeah, you got it. You're very welcome. I tell you, I could toss a few extra mechs in for you for the next meetup if you want a few extra like throwaway chassis. Just I don't know, shoot me a message and I can toss in some extras as I'm printing out the ones for you anyways. I've got a pretty good selection. And I'm pretty sure I have all of the PMW mechs. I picked them up before the Patreon went under. I also recommend, if you ever find yourself at the dollar store somewhere, pick you up a couple bags of army men. Like, no joke, they're great for practicing airbrush and weird techniques. But yeah, I'll kick you down a few mechs. Just shoot me a message. I got mechs for you anyway. Excuse me. Okay, so I don't think I'm going to go too heavy on this chipping, but it needs to be pretty heavy. You know, I doubt Canopian 1st Brigade is going to lavish their mechs with daily care and washings. God, that just doesn't that look cool? I don't know how well that's picking up. Also, consider how recent is the paint damage. I see artists rusting the crap out of models. They're supposed to be in active combat. That's an interesting point. Yeah, I think that kind of comes back to the whole like realism versus aesthetics thing. Like, are you trying to show that realism in your work, or are you trying to like evoke a feeling? Like, I think if you're trying to tell a story, you should probably err on the side of realism. But like, I don't know, something pretty awesome about a rusted hulk of a mech. I don't know how rusty I'm gonna go with this one. It's more like just kind of paint chipping damage. I'm going to go back in with a little bit of the bright and shiny, as you say. Exposed armor should be bright and shiny, yeah. On these bigger areas of chipping, I'm going to go back with a little bit of the duraluminum, which is a distinctly brighter color than I've used on the other metallics. But yeah, this is flying along. Let's do start doing some chipping up here. Everywhere. Chip to hell. Every surface. Is it realistic? No. Does it need to be? No. Just like I'm evoking a feeling. And in my case here, with the size of this model, applying these chips with the tiny little bits of it kind of helps to evoke that feeling. I need to record chipping the top half, because I recorded that bottom half and it's got a lewd drawing on the inside of it. So let's chip this up. Let's get some chipping on the cockpit, on the hatch, on the top of the gun. That is a gigantic chipping bit. I should probably be using a smaller piece of sponge to get in these tighter corridors. But I want this paint job heavily chipped. This is where the illusion of detail is coming in to what is otherwise a really simple paint job. And now we do the fun thing here. All that work that I just did freehanding, we're gonna bravely jab it too. Right over top of it. Not a care to it. And that just, it immediately just like looks so much more realistic. Even though this effect doesn't really look realistic. It's like an implied realism almost. But, you know, certain areas, it looks great. Like all along there on the bottom of the mech. Fabulous. I cannot recommend this technique enough. If you ain't tried it on some 6mm scale, some regular scale Battletech models, oh, give it a go. It's actually one of my like cheaty techniques for enhancing the quality of a commission and saving time. Just it looks too good. And like the randomness of the sponge catching those raised areas is doing all the work for me. Get some hard chips here. And then I've got a little bit of green here, so I'm just gonna try to favor that spot and cover over that mistake. Yeah, there we go. A little bit more on the gun. Let's see if I can't get some inside of there. Okay. And I think she's very nicely weathered. Maybe a little bit more here. Just looking mighty fine. Okay. And now that we've got the sponge chipping, we're gonna go back to our metal colors and really accent some of them. So we're gonna pull out our duraluminum. Actually, this says Duraluminium. I guess it makes sense because of the Vallejo color. So we're going to get our super bright and shiny silver. And we're going to pick spots that are especially damaged. So like right here are those spots that got too much chipping. And we're going to take our silver and we're going to just kind of kind of jab at them. Now, if you add this step to your, your project, this can add a lot of work. I probably did 6 hours of chipping alone on the big Marauder. Let's see. What's the scale thing again? The texture of the chipping might be unrealistic, but it reads as intended at model scale. Yeah, exactly. You're bang on. Derek Del Moro, welcome. What would a big mech brand new paint job look like? What is a way to get them super clean? Super clean. I could see doing are they big enough that you'd want to do like the sponge technique to get some like random variation in the paint job? Maybe not. I think you'd want to hit them with just the cleanest job you can do. Think Space Marines even. Or at least that's where my mind's going for brand new paint job. I tend to favor crusty because there's the whole idea of like a lot of mechs out there are these machines that have been handed down for generations. Like, it's not unreasonable to think that this here mech would be 400 years old. So if anything, it would make sense to make it even more weathered. But I want this color to read. I want the paint job to be legible. But I do love the idea of like a factory shiny mech. Painted up in like, I don't know, are you talking like model car paint job techniques at that point? I think that could be a really fun project. There's a non-zero chance you just inspired a video there, Derek. We'll see. We'll see. Of course, I have an eternally growing backlog of video content to do. I still want to do my Dark Souls board game. I think that'd be really fun. What else? I've got Old School Hero Quest and Battle Masters. I've got the full line of the Dungeons and Doggies. It's just, you know, it's a Battletech channel, so in between any of that fun stuff, I need to keep the Battletech rolling. The algorithm and viewers like you have spoken. Alright, and we're going to be sparing with this here metal effect. Just here and there. I don't want a bunch of it. I want more paint chips than armor chips. RFD hobby, I don't care what you paint, I'll watch. Oh, that's awesome. I do like the fun stuff. I still to this day think that my my textures with Edna is my personal favorite of my content so far. It was such a fun paint up and such a fun subject, and the video was kind of super fun to make too. Definitely more stuff like that coming. Got the Armored Core video coming out later this month when Armored Core drops. We got this one coming out whenever the big Hunchback, or whenever the big Hunchback, as in like big, not size, but viewer base. Whenever that one comes out first, and then I've got footage of painting up Octavia Grimm's daughter for Infinity the Game. That is going to be a video very soon. And then, of course, the Titania the Barbarian. How could I forget? The video that the community voted for that I have just neglected entirely. Because, you know, stuff happens. And I made the mistake of making promises, so fate is going to challenge me to fail on my promise. But seriously, the Titania video is going to happen, just don't know exactly when. Soon. Alright, that's looking mighty fine and chipped. Got a few spots where the chipping is blown through to the armor underneath. So by adding these little bits of metal, I'm creating the effect of, you know, that you've gone through the paint into the primer, and then in certain spots you've gone through the primer into the metal. I might add some rust too at the end. A little bit here. Alright. I think it's enough silver on the main body. I've got a pair of Warhammer mechs I plan to give the new car treatment. Yeah, that sounds fun. That sounds really fun. Also, you just need a good reason to paint something other than mechs, like a collab. Heck yes. That's actually like... I did that collaboration with Battlebound for Tukia Day, and it has been just by far the most fun I've had in producing models, or I should say producing content for YouTube. It's been a blast, and I'm very actively looking for more moments like that. Char's Fist, welcome. It's getting real now. It is indeed. We spent about an hour on the freehand here on the chest, and then we added the unit designation 69, and then named it. It's the Canopus Traveler. And then I got a request from a community member to paint a rocket ship Easter egg. So we got a rocket ship inside there. This is the demonetization episode, by the way. Yeah, it come out pretty good. It's this is a blend from German camouflage very dark green up to uniform green mixed in with a little bit of Hansa yellow opaque. And then this section is game colored jade green blended up from the same very dark green. We've got Gene Stealer purple and white here, and then the yellowy bits are more of the Hansa yellow mixed with Nazdrag yellow contrast paint as the darkening agent. The ship is quality signature. Yeah, that was well, half of that first hour was fighting your setup. Yes, that is correct. I right as I was getting started, I had to help sort out some issues for a client's delivery. I had to look through receipts and make sure they had the information. I dispatched their order via USPS, which is usually great, but it's in the wrong state currently, and there's like no clear reason why. So they were concerned about it, and well, part of commission work is aftercare with your clients. Ensuring that things arrive, being prepared to make an insurance claim if you got to, all that good stuff. And now we've done the sponge chipping, and we're going back in and taking a little bit of duraluminum. It does say aluminium. I keep, you know, as an American, I say aluminum, but this does indeed say duraluminum. So, what's that? Hard aluminum? That's what that would translate to. And we're just going back in. We're adding a little bit here and there. Actually, while I have it out, I might as well do some edge highlighting on the fists, which are probably the worst part of the print. So let's highlight up these knuckles, maybe. Just create some variety. I don't know why, but I tend to favor metal colored fists on the robots. I feel like that's just exposed systems that don't make no sense to paint them because they're just going to get torn up. Actually, if I'm doing that kind of highlighting, let's go back and put a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit here, a little bit there, here and there, and everywhere. Just a touch to make it look good. Alright, body out of the way. This one don't look chipped too bad. It doesn't really warrant a whole bunch of exposed metal. Just maybe those sharp edges. Right here. Right there. Actually, revisiting what I was saying earlier about my choice of primer color for the chipping, I suppose in this instance the dark brown color kind of minimizes the look of the chipping a bit. So you might want to look, if you have brown mechs, you might want to look into more of a black chip on them. Or even, I guess, like a light color chipping could work. I don't know. Again, I recommend Night Shift. Check out some of his videos for really cool techniques. Big recommend. It's a scale armor modeling, but man, it's good stuff. And he'll usually spend a couple weeks on a project. So I really look forward to the Friday releases. I guess now would be a good time to revisit once again for folks who are live, as well as folks who have found this stream via the algorithm. We do offer custom commission work over on Fiverr.com. The site is in the description. I have a standard plan for print, paint, and ship of the MechWare online designs for mechs if you'd like to order a lance from me. But I also do custom stuff, and I'd even be willing to do big mechs like this kind of project. If you'd like your own gigantic 28mm, 15mm scale, 148, if you want your own giant battle mech, painted, finished, shoot me a message over on Fiverr. I'd be happy to work with you, and I'll negotiate a good price that is, you know, in respect to both my time and your budget. I'd love to take on a project. Plus, we have an option to turn these into videos for the channel. So if that's something you'd be interested in, hit me up. Fiverr.com, something or another link. It's in the description down below. Definitely love doing those. Furthermore, again, we have channel memberships unlocked since the channel has hit 700 subscribers. I've become YouTube partner with a Google AdSense account and have started to offer channel memberships for as little as 99 cents a month. You can join up with the rank of the Country Fried Minis channel biscuits, have access to biscuit-based emojis, a happy little badge next to your name, as well as permanent access to discounts in the Threadless store. You can buy things there at cost. So it's like $15 for a t-shirt or something. Really, really reasonable with that rate. Furthermore, if you decide that you really love the work and want to support it and join up at the $4.99 a month Steak Biscuits tier, you'll receive all the stuff above, but also be considered for community live stream events. We have our Tabletop Tuesday show, and I would really love to get community members involved in a Dungeon Crawl Classics Level 0 funnel featuring the Country Fried Minis community. First come, first serve. Open immediately first to channel members at the Steak Biscuits tier. But, of course, that hard push for begging for your money aside, the best thing y'all could do to support the channel is just show us your love by watching the content, occasionally tossing a like and or a comment down below, and just being here, just sharing stuff. Join us at the Discord for free. Link is in the description down below. Let's see your models. I'd love to take a peek. Y'all are all welcome over here in the Bullshit Corner 2.0. Another Nate, I'd like to try painting something entirely by chipping, see what weird textures I end up with. I think you're onto something there. I think you could probably get away with starting the project like I did on this one, where you hit it with your base coat and then build up the sponging layers. I think that'd look really good, and then you could just like chip over top of that in multiple passes. I recommend checking out the video on Midwinter Minis when he was working on the armor panels for the Warlord Titan. That's where I got the idea for the sponge chipping. And then if you're familiar with Bill making stuff, he does some really awesome rough and ready paint up styles for his rusty creations that look a lot like chipped paint. So yeah, if you take that on, please, by all means, share it in the Discord. That's what it's all about. Okay, that's not important at the moment. I'll check it later. All right, so now we've got some scratches. We've got some stuff blasted through the primer layer into the metal underneath on these arms. Put a little more here. They look good. They look all right. They look good enough. That is a hallmark of the channel. All right, so we're going to continue on down with the Canopus Traveler legs. And as you can see, I'm stirring this paint back up because the Vallejo metal colors do tend to separate really readily and perform poorly if you don't mix them back up. So it's worth, taking a moment to do. If I recall correctly, when I was chipping this, I ended up with some really big patches that were a bit oversized. So we're gonna jab at them in kind of a random way with the brush here. And again, we're favoring mostly the sharp edges. Favoring the edges. I really want to take a less is more approach to the silver chips on this one. I really did it big on the Marauder. And if you ain't seen the 28mm Marauder, go check it out. It's a two-part video over on the channel. It's about 40 minutes worth of content, start to finish. We did some fun stuff there. Even wrote a BattleTech rap song, which is just the level of silliness that I aspire to have on the channel. They were a lot of fun. And it wasn't the first foray into the big stuff. I think I actually found you through a shout out from Bill or Guy. Can't remember since it was months ago. You watch Dan Does? I'm trying to think. If it was a shout out, it's gotta be Dan Does. It's gotta be Millennial Model Mayhem, or
Salute the sun.
What's the other one that you might have heard from? Battlebound? I don't know if you're over there. Follow Battlebound. We did the 2Kid video together, collaboration. Yeah, I don't know. No idea. I don't know how the algorithm works. But I do know there's some pretty cool people on YouTube. And if you like their work, you know, and can spare it, make sure to support artists that you enjoy. I like the guys who offer, you know, honest and affordable stuff. There's a few folks I kick a couple bucks to each month over on Patreon. Seems well worth it to me to help support people in buying supplies and providing content. You know, it was like a "This Is Who I Watch" segment. Huh. Interesting. I don't know. I really got no clue who it could have been, which is cool. That just means that you know, it's a beautiful thing that folks can find each other's content on the old YouTube, shoot each other messages, and occasionally get some fun responses about collaborations and whatnot. I actually got that collaboration with Tuck of Battlebound from I sent him a cold message to be like, "Hey man, I like your work. Let's do this project." He was like, "Hell yeah!" And we had a lot of fun with it. When he came on with that that bit about the jade turkey stuff, oh man, that was highlight of my year so far, maybe. I don't know. Rose City Raid might have been the highlight of my year, but that's not really a YouTube thing. Okay, let's get a little more chipping. Big chips. I think this brush has just about had it after this project. Might be time to retire it into the jar of retired brushes. Okay. Well, another Nate. However you ended up finding me, your presence is well appreciated. I've been enjoying your insights and your enthusiasm during these live streams as of late. It's really been a lot of fun chatting with you while getting this work done. And thanks for popping over to the Discord too. Really awesome to catch your stuff. I see that I've been checking the notifications. There's a whole bunch of stuff for me to see right after this stream. I'm looking forward to it. I mean the stipplers. Stipplers. What were we talking about? Stippling? I don't know, I'm lost. Anyhow, on the topic of Discord, folks are over there and you post in the Minis on Parade or the Battletech or the Infinity channels or the Hobby Corner channels. You share your stuff over there. We just, as of today, integrated the Carl bot, little turtle boy. And if folks can drop a star emoji next to things they like, if you get 5 stars from the community, you get tossed in the CFM top models page. So a little bit more on the community generation for the content over there now. All the more reason for you to show up and post your stuff to impress the folks. It was a fun feature I found over at Peganico's server. Edge highlighting, I don't know. It's been convenient for me. It's about time I get to... Okay. Dead brushes... Okay. Yes. Sorry, catching up to the chat here. It is kind of edge highlighting that I'm doing here. Mostly, because it's the sharpest points. I'm looking for areas of big chips to hit with the silver. And I think you are right, another Nate. I think this will become a really good stippling tool. It's already a little too frayed to get the precision work, but I'm going to do it anyways. In for a penny, in for a pound. Let's see here. Oops, don't mean to keep bumping the camera either. I hope y'all can still see decently. I'm trying to be cognizant of the angle of the camera here. This boy's coming along though. I think it's almost time to glue it together. Let's see. Should probably put some metal chipping on the feets, I think. Actually, should I just... I think I might ought do some sponge chipped metal on the feet now that I'm sitting here thinking about it. Oh damn, she's coming along, boys. She's coming along. This thing is looking really cool. It's crazy that the sponge chipping, just a little bit of weathering, turns it from a simple paint job to like
Salute the sun.
A more realized vision. Okay, yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna try an experiment right now. Edges are most vulnerable to chipping. Flat panels can have lots of scratches. Only a few will go through the paint. Yeah, that makes sense to me. We're about to risk screwing it all up right now, though. Let's rip this edge a little bit more. I think that's enough. That's enough there. Okay. Let's film this for posterity for the video. And we're gonna go with the pair this up a bit more. We're gonna take some metal color and potentially destroy the work down here by pop in a little bit of metal down here. Oh no, that looks all right. That looks all right to me. Actually, it's a little hard to read. Kind of hard to see. Might not work. Yeah, it's all right. It looks okay. Nothing to write home about. I'd skip this step if you're doing your own. Plus, that'll get covered up with the pigment stuff at the very end, anyways. But let's squeeze out most of the silver and jab at these feet, bottom edges. It looks all right. I don't think I'd do this again after this bit of experimentation. But we've done it. We've made this commitment to an effect. Gonna put it on there. On this dark browny bit. It looks a little scratched up. Oh, it starts to look a little better if it's heavier. One more dippy do. Yeah, okay. Looks alright. It's okay. Nothing to write home about, like I said. Species would take the most non-combat wear and tear. That would be bare metal after a patrol or 3. Yeah, that makes sense. She's probably been out on a patrol or 2. Let's do another layer of it. Actually, let's just do it. Let's embrace this decision and go for it. I've never actually sponged on the the metallics here. Welcome, Millennial Model Mayhem. Edge highlighting for life. Yeah, I think you're right. This has been a bit of a interesting project in that I don't really think I've done edge highlighting. I did a bit on the green here, and then I guess some of the chipping work on the sponge chipping is kind of reminiscent of edge highlighting, but today's work is focused on this, largely on this freehand bit in the middle, and then we put sponge chipping over top of it, which is super fun. It's fun stuff. I definitely need to try some edge highlighting to the level that you go for it on a project. Haven't really been brave enough on a mech yet. There's so many panels. I actually wonder how many panels, like what has more panels, a Gundam kit or a proper big battle mech. I think you've caught us at just about the stage of gluing it together. I think I'm just about there. See if I can't lay it out right now. So, big gal. Gonna have a fist down. Gonna have, here, can I lay it out where it's seeable? Just gonna have a pointing hand sticking out. And then I still haven't started painting this thing, but I found this bolter muzzle effect made for Space Marine and scaled it up until it looked like it fit, and it's gonna look awesome. Gonna paint it up like flames coming out, and then I think I might hit this area right here with a bit of yellow out of the airbrush and get some OSL on it. But it should be fun. I still need to prime this and paint it, of course. But happy little accident, when I was scaling it up, the shell is exactly the right size for this hunchbacky cannon. Alright, so where am I at now in finishing the model? We need to paint, there's 2 medium lasers, there's a small laser, so we need to do some lens jeweling on those, and I think that's what we're going to do right meow. And we'll start with we're going to paint them all black first. And I use MechWarrior 4 rules for the laser colors. I generally go red for my medium lasers, green for the small lasers, and blue for large. At least I think that's what they were in MechWarrior 4. Alright. Anyhow, let's start with some Golden Fluid Acrylics Carbon Black. Now, I've chosen this color specifically because it's kind of shiny. Usually this is for my base rimming because it's really strong pigment density. But in this case, in this application, I think it'll help to accentuate the glass effect on the lasers. So let's get going here. Grime time, grime time. Also war crimes. Yeah, exactly. Also, I would be remiss to not remind folks to head on over to Millennial Model Mayhem and catch some of the wholesome material that Liam has over there. Some fabulous work, some hand-painted Gundam conversions for Gamma Wolves. Really looking forward to the next video to come out. Excuse me. Was lucky enough to catch a early morning live stream. It was really fun ride, watching a whole bunch of edge highlighting and filigree work, I guess would be a good way to describe it. So if you ain't already subscribed and it sounds like something you'd want to check out, which if you like big mechs, you'd probably like it over there, go give it a check, give it a watch, and a thumbs up. Definitely Country Fried Minis approved. Usually bad guys have green and red lasers, good guys have blue. Is that Star Wars? Is that Star Wars, Emery? You talking about the Star War? Talking about that Star War? I'm gonna have to stand up for this now that Star War has been evoked. I think all lasers were red in Mercs 2, but I haven't played that one in 25 years. That'd be interesting to check out. Let's see real quick now. Let's see. We're talking about Star War now. I gotta put everything on a screeching halt to get back out the Star War. Picked up these here. Picked up these things at a miniature flea market over at Game Post in San Francisco. I paid $20 for these. It was insane. They let them go. But we got the Heroes of the Rebellion. West End Games. What's the date on this bad boys? It don't say. 1988. 1988. These fabulous little boys in, I think they're 20 millimeter scale? Something like that. They're little. They're like old school D&D models. But the whole crew's there. You know, old man. The Yite. Nerf herder. Good stuff. I've been wanting to paint these up in like synthwave colors. I think it'd be really fun. And then the whatchamacallit, the dark side here. Got some stormtroopers, got some guys with pointy helmets, got some kind of droid. And then of course, you know, Hell Knight himself. Grenadier in boxes with blue foam. Emery knows. This stuff really gets me going. Anyhow, I don't mean to distract myself. You said Star Wars, or you evoked Star Wars, and I had to pull these back down. These will be a piece of content soon. Should be fun to paint up. If this is something you're interested in, folks are still selling these on eBay. They're readily gettable. Check them out. Also, they're probably lead, so you know. Also, I think it's time to pick a guest palette for the gluing things together bit. Oh no, I'm skipping a step. We'll pick one in a minute. We need to get back to the task at hand, which was painting lasers. Sorry, I've distracted myself and got very manic at the mention of Star Wars. By the way, Star Wars Episode 1 is best Star Wars. Bar none. Vader is exactly 2 meters tall if you want to calculate scale. Well, that's math. I started to reach down and do that with enthusiasm, but that's math, and that doesn't sound fun at all. Okay. Sorry, I got excited for show and tell. Let's see if I can get back on track here. Okay. So we got the black. We're going to pull out some Mephiston red. And I probably need about... God, is this almost empty? There we go. Probably need about that much. And then we also need a little bit of the Fire Dragon Bright. Make sure I get all the red off. And we're going to put a little bit of Fire Dragon Bright. There we go. And then let's get a drop of water for mixing. Excuse me. And then start to mix to get these going. Now, these ports got all kinds of messed up, unfortunately. But hopefully y'all can see it. Found a box of plastic rune? I don't know what that is. Uh-oh. Am I dropping frames? No. I think it's just my Wi-Fi on the laptop. Okay, so to do these lens jeweling bits, I'm going to take a little bit of the red, thin it down with water, and we're going to put it like the bottom 2/3 in red. And then very quickly, I'm going to grab some of my thinned black and I'm going to start blending it. I hope y'all can see that all right. Maybe not, because the camera's zoomed out because I was, painting big boy. And just like that other stuff earlier, we're going to go back and forth with the black and the dark red. Occasionally cleaning the brush and adding more bright red towards the bottom right. Renegade Legion Centurion hover tanks the other day. Fastest other little sci-fi game. Oh, interesting. Definitely feel free to toss that in the models to see page. I know that not everybody in the community is engaged with that stuff, but for what it's worth, Emery, I always appreciate your shares over there. Definitely had to make a dedicated space for sharing those like old and obscure models. Okay, so now we've got like a dark red to a light red blend, and then we're gonna hit and try to get like a nice stripe of red there. We're gonna let this set aside and dry while we do the next one. So same deal. Red goes down. Clean the brush. A little bit of black. Black goes down at the top. Gets feathered in. More black because it's not dark enough. More black at the top. Blend it together. Blend it together. Also, I'm not licking the brush because I like the way it tastes. Let me just assure you. Just habitual, and it works really well to clean the brush when doing small scale stuff. I do not advocate licking the brush. Don't eat your paint. Okay, same deal. We're going to put a red stripe there. Okay. And now we should be able to get back to this first bit. And we're going to go for our 20-0 brush. We're going to grab our Fire Dragon Bright, put a nice clean little line at the very bottom. Boom, that's it. Same other one. Same on the other. Clean little line. Clean little line at the bottom. There we go. We're going to get back out our Liquitex Titanium White ink. We're going to put down a single drop. We're going to go back to our boy here. I'm going to snag a dollop of that there white, and we're going to put just a little tiny white dot. Pow. And now you have this laser port. Even though it's all mucked up, at a distance it's going to read clearly as a laser lens. And same thing here, white dot. So colors there are just black, red, orange. And now we're going to do the same thing for the small laser. Somebody needs to invent a robot brush licking machine. I think that just like completely, excuse me, some completely non-toxic food grade paints is where it's at. Because so again, let me double down and state I'm not advocating licking your brush, but in certain applications like doing small wet blending moments, licking the brush removes the excess paint, re-moistens the brush, and shapes the tip of your brush back to the point it should be. It's just how I've learned. It's an antiquated way of doing things, and will probably fill my system with microplastics. So, you know, I'm a brush licker. Don't lick your brush. Don't do as I do. Anyhow, we got our War Boss green this time because it's a little more vibrant than the uniform green. We're going to take our Phalanx yellow, and we're going to pop down a bit of yellow. And that's about all we need because it's just one laser. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to make sure we're using our 3.0 brush. I hope y'all can see this all right. Can't really. I need to get a better camera for this. Anyhow, we're going to take our green and we're going to cover the bottom 2/3 of it. And then we're going to grab a little bit of black and a dab of water. We're going to put the black on the top 1/3 and we're going to mix and feather it in. Same deal here. Clean the brush off, go back to green. More green at the bottom. Probably should thin out that green actually. A little bit of green down here. Work it in. And now you get like a black to green gradient. And we're going to take full strength green and put it in the bottom like 1/3 of it. Switch over to our 20-0 liner. And we're going to do a little streak of yellow. There's a big streak of yellow, but whatever. Actually, let's try to clean it up some. Pull out that excess yellow. Pull out that excess yellow. Put back in a little bit of green. I guess this is valuable information in that, like, you're seeing corrections happen live. And we're going to mix in a little black, tiniest bit, and blend it together. And now you got this black to green to little tiny yellow streak. It don't really read super clearly on the webcam, unfortunately. I wish that wasn't the case. And then we're going to grab a dippy dot of that white and we're going to put it in the opposite side. Oh, that was big. That was real big. I screwed up big time. Ooh, boy. Let's fix that. Okay. I just flooded that. Yikes. Okay. Let's try that again. I'm going to take a little green and a little black. And we're going to correct this spot where the white ended up. I'm going to switch back to our white ink. We're going to stir it up and then just put the tiniest little dot right there. I mean, it's still too big, but it's alright. It looks good. It looks fine. Passable. I'll stop the recording for a second and see if I can't get this up in the camera. Is that? No, it's not really, can't really see it great. Then after all is said and done, you can go back over top of those laser ports and add a dollop of gloss Mod Podge. And that looks great. Okay, what's next in this process? I think we're lens jeweling. We're almost done. We're home stretch on the Hunchback. We're going to bust out Calidor Sky. We're going to give this Hunchback a blue cockpit. That's what we're going to do. Let's get a big dollop of blue. And this is more of the same right here. What we're going to do. I think I actually need to thin this because I'm doing more than just a tiny little bit. So we'll add a drop of water. Alright, I apologize if I'm frantic at this point, but I am so excited. We're mere moments away from, I mean, mostly being done with the Hunchback. I think I'm going to do an oil wash, but that's like, I got to pour out some oil paint and let it dry for a couple hours, and then I need to varnish it and all that stuff. So that's going to take time. It's boring. It's not really doable, but what I can do is take this here moment and work on the cockpit. Can't really see what I'm doing. There we go. I don't know if y'all can see that, but it is what it is. Kind of wish that the gun was removable here, because I can't really get to this. Can't really get over here without getting paint all over the place. I'm putting black spots all over it. Damn. Oh well. I'm just gonna have to repaint the brown, I think. That is a tight fit. That is a thread the needle moment right here. We'll have to do a simple job on those side panels. Anyhow, okay, back to the front. Same deal as the lasers. We're gonna base coat all this black. Start with a nice black base. And then there's really 3 windows we're worried about here. Now, throw some paper in there next to the gun. It's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all. I think it might be a little late to get that black off of there. But yeah, that's a good idea. I'll toss that in the pocket for future reference. Thank you, Char's Fist. Normally on the like 28 millimeter or the 6 millimeter scale, I just would skip that portion and let the wash do it. But here I think it's big enough that I need to get at least a little bit of blue in there. Okay, here we go. Get the black down. Black's down. All right. Now we can effectively start this process right here. Let's try the 5.0. I made offset brushes for tight spots like that when I was 20 and hadn't learned about painting sub-assemblies yet. Yeah, I really wish this had a sub-assembly. Unfortunately, it's all one piece. I should have maybe painted it first and then masked it before doing the next bit. Oh, is my connection all right? Connection okay? Oh, I think the problem is my laptop has connected to the Xfinity Wi-Fi connection instead of my 5G connection like it should be. I'm craving Fiend. Might need to brave the hobos and do a Pepsi run. Ooh, Pepsi run sounds good. I'm still working on a little coffee here, so I've still got caffeine myself. If I can't get some more light on this project. Alright, so here we are. We're gonna same deal. I'm gonna hit this bottom right corner. Bottom right 2/3 even. With the Calidor Sky. And bring it up. Bring it up, bring it up, bring it up into that black. Now I'm grabbing paint from one end here. So that I don't mix too much black back into my reservoir color. But because the black on this cockpit is still wet, I'm able to do the whole, you know, I keep adding more blue into it. We're blending it up. And we'll get this nice nice color that's feathered up towards the top. So we're keeping that black in the top. And then we're adding more and more blue down towards the bottom. Bottom's blue. Bottom's blue. Can't even. Alright, here we go. Same deal. Actually, that black is just overpowering it, so we're going to move to the next window. Same deal. Focusing on the bottom right, really. But when you get like weird angles on the windows like this, you can kind of just favor the bottom more so, and it'll still look fine. We get the nice black-blue mix coming up, and then let's start with the black-blue here. Add a little bit of blue. Back and forth it. Treating each one the same. A little more blue. Blend it up towards the tip. More black towards the top. And then we'll take this black-blue mixture and then thread it in here a bit. I think this window panel is probably going to get obscured mostly by the cannon, by the like muzzle flash, so just like a hint of the blue in there is really good. I don't need much. Just put it in there, feather the tip. Same deal here. Let's go ahead and actually make a black-blue mixture, and see if we can't pop it in there. Stipply. Good enough. Because this is gonna be pretty obscured here. I don't think folks are gonna be looking that hard in there. Okay. And now, because we've got so much paint here, it's still quite wet, and we can take the blue now and layer it on real thick in that corner. Just a lot of it. Whole heckin' lot of it. And we're gonna stir it and mix it. And bring it up. Bring it up from the corner. Back and forth. Occasionally taking the paint out of your brush, and you get this nice like blending happening. It's a little brighter on camera because the white balance is picking up the color there. But eventually we're going to get this more blue than black, and then get into, I think we want the Calidor sky to fill in about 30% of the window, and we're going to go in with some white. And then we're going to stop and re-record. And this is at a larger scale, of course, but than the the tabletop, but it's still the same technique. And actually, let's pull that. I have excess black in this corner. I'm going to pull it out with a completely dry brush. I'm going to replace it with blue. There we go. Starting to look all right. We'll go back and clean up this, I don't know what you call this, the frame around the window here in a bit. Gonna move on to the next bit. More blue, more blue, more blue, more blue, and then a little bit of white. That white in the bottom corner. Start blending it in. More white. More white. More white. Blend it out. More blue. And then, of course, this project, this part of it is just like, you know, there's a back and forth involved here. If it ain't blue enough, put more blue. If it ain't dark enough, put more black. If it ain't white enough, add more white. Just kind of, you know, not really a plan as much as an idea that we're working with. Occasionally, you know, taking the colors and blending them in. Getting a good sexy blend on it. Dude, you totally have to bust out the airbrush and spray some OSL on the whole diorama. That isn't a muzzle flash, it's a muzzle flare. Yeah, I think you're right. Might be a matter of kind of gluing it together and seeing where everything goes, and then hitting the girls separately with the OSL. Okay. All right, so now we've got these nice windows. This one's not quite light enough, but we end up with these nice windows that go from black into blue into like ice blue in the corner. Pretty good effect. I'm satisfied with it. And then we're going to grab a little bit of our... Actually, we're going to put a new drop of unsullied titanium white down. I'm going to grab a dot of white paint and put a dot right there. Put a dot right there. And then we'll do a smaller dot on this one. And a smaller dot right here. All of a sudden you got these this canopy going on. Looks pretty good. Looks decent at least. And good enough is good enough. So where are we sitting at time-wise? We're sitting at 4.5 hours, gentlemen. And I think there's a step here that we need to think about. And that step is picking a guest palette and returning to the guest palette for today's video. Last couple ones, the dot is the only part I ever get right. That dot does so much heavy lifting. It really, really does. Okay, so here's where we're at. About to grab a toothpick. And we're about to pick a guest palette for today's video. And it's Canopian. So it's got to be cat-like. Unfortunately, most of the stickers in this box are waifu stickers. Oh, actually, do I have to find a cat girl waifu sticker to do the guest palette? Do I go to that point? Is it too offensive? Some of these are too offensive for YouTube. So let me tell you about the stickers, I should say. So in my hometown, there's these dig stores, places where there's surplus Amazon returns, and these stores buy them by the crate and sell them to people. And they get picked up a lot. And my mom would take my sister's kids down to these shops. And they like to pick up stickers. However, a lot of these stickers were packets of waifu stickers. And some of them are downright, they're so offensive I'm not showing them on camera right now. And my mom would scoop them up quickly and hide them in her bag so that the kids didn't end up with them. And as a consequence, I ended up with a ridiculous amount of waifu, offensive waifu, animu stickers. And I think even the few cat girls I have in here are too much. I think they're too much. That one's okay. That one's okay. We'll do that one. Okay. Alright, so I was going to try to pick a guest palette like I've done before. With a Pokemon. But I think it's gotta be the cat girl. Gotta be. Because it's, you know, part of the subject. Meowth or Magnemite? Well, I don't think it's going to be a Pokemon. I think it's going to be this. Right? Is that too much for YouTube, y'all? Is that too much? I think it's okay. It's the least bad one I have with cat ears in the box. Let's see here. Too much? I think it's on the edge, which is it's just about right. This is the same sticker I put on the oh, it's blowed out. Let's see if I can't bring that down. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I'm making an executive decision and we're going with it. The whole point here, though, is that whenever I'm doing gluing, and like putting stuff to bases or putting models together, I do the guest palette thing. I put out a little reservoir, which has mostly, you know, happened to be Pokemon stickers. And then I put the glue on it and work with a toothpick and apply it. So what we're going to do is we're going to film this sequence of sliding in the guest palette, putting a bunch of sticky liquid all over it, and then gluing together the Hunchback. And that's where we're going to end the stream today, is with an assembled Hunchback. Maybe I shouldn't get that in the full-length video. Maybe I should. Alright. So I probably should put this on the other end now that I'm thinking about it. We'll go from this end. And I do unironically recommend applying glue in this fashion. It's a little more controllable. Especially for basing. In this situation, I think spraying it from the bottle would be fine, but I want to introduce the guest palette for the video. And really, I wouldn't be normally gluing this together right now, I don't think. But I'm about to call the stream, and we've made progress today. And I want to glue this together for y'all. So let's get the Hunchy. Let's get Hunchy assembled here. let's get the hunchback put together. And then I think we need a little bit of accelerator in there. Okay. Come on, man. Come on, man. Should have already had it in there. Let's see if I can't hold it together like that. There we go. Okay. No, you bastard. You bastard. Come on, man. This just don't want to go together. And then we're gonna put a little more sticky down here. Oh, a little cheeky shot, zooming in on the cat girl, applying some more very suggestive scenes for a very suggestive video. Yes, yes. I'm gonna pre-prime that and then goop this up. The cat girl guest palette thing will come back later towards the end of the episode when using PVA glue. But by then she'll be all crusty from the cyanoacrylate, and I think that's exactly the ridiculous vibe I'm trying to do in this here video. Alright, there's an arm. Let's prime the other end. There we go. And get this ready. And like I said, I probably wouldn't be gluing this together right now, honestly. But this is for y'all, including the sticky cat girl joke. And then this needs to be like a aiming and shooting type thing. All right, I'm gonna hit stop on this. I'm gonna see if I can't swing down the camera here. Swing down this camera. See if I can't get this hunchy all in shot for y'all. And I think with that, we're ready and done with today's episode. It looks like this hunchback is painted. We're gonna hit this. We're gonna hit this boy with a gloss varnish off camera. I'm gonna set up a an oil wash, and I'm gonna hit it with a heavy duty grime wash. It's gonna need like at least 2 hours, probably overnight to cure up. But with this, as it is now, I could call this done, except for the muzzle flash and the OSL. And we're gonna make some progress and get this big chungus put together and based, and we're gonna have progress on the video. Once the big name hunchback video drops, I'm gonna have this out hopefully the same day, but that video needs to come out first out of respect for the channel that will be posting it. But I want to thank y'all for joining me today. This has been a really fun stream. The chat has been amazing. I love chatting with y'all while working. You guys bring me a lot of joy showing up for these things. I think going forward, we'll probably aim for maybe 2 a week. I don't want to overwhelm folks with just like streaming every day, but I am enjoying this kind of time slot of 6 p.m. PST. Also, remember that the Tuesday show, that's independent of the painting, we'll be doing We do old game every other week with TechnoRTN. You can check out his stuff occasionally over at twitch.tv/TechnoRTN. We do the TTRPG Tuesday show every other week. Next episode will be a week from next Tuesday. We'll be doing the next installment of Cyborg. Should be fun. But, you know, there'll also be some workflow live stream stuff coming out in the future. Of course, as always, if you want a commission, if you want your own, like, 1/48 scale mech, like, I'm open for those. Check it out on Fiverr. Send me an inquiry. I can work with you. Channel memberships are up. For as low as 99 cents a month, you can join the ranks of the Biscuits. Get you a badge next to your name, as well as biscuit-based emojis and discounts to the Threadless store, which is probably linked in the description down below as well. If you want to support the channel, check out some of the merch we have up there. Of course, as always, I want y'all to remember to be happy while you're painting. And, like, legit, y'all coming in here and hanging out and chatting with me has brought me immense joy. And I'm going to continue doing these streams to share the space with you guys. This has been a blast. So we got the progress on the big boy, or big gal, I should say. And we got a fun video coming out. Sick. Another Nate says, glad I could hang out with you. It was a blast. I made some progress on my garage, but hell yeah, dude. Keep us appraised. Of course, I guess before we sign off, remember the Discord is up. If you want to share your own hobby projects, please by all means come in there and express what you're doing and share it with the community. Y'all are thoroughly appreciated. Anyhow, lots of love. Remember to be happy while you're painting. And I'll catch y'all real soon on the next one. Anyhow, take it easy, y'all. Have a fantastic night. See you later.